Capital, this time several kilometers away from the airport. A Reuters report citing 2 witnesses, but no confirmation yet of an explosion. General McKenzie had said the risk of a car bombing was high in the aftermath of the other attacks. America is listening to Fox News.
There's a steak with your name on it at the new Longhorn Steakhouse. Flo's Filet is an exceptionally tender center cut. The New York Strip is a steakhouse classic, and Longhorn's famous outlaw ribeye is well marbled and fire grilled. Longhorn is ready and waiting to pour you a margarita and make you a steak. Longhorn Steakhouse is open daily from 11 to 10 p.m.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer staycation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance. Agana 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo at 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
A new statewide indoor mask mandate in Illinois, where Governor J.B. Pritzker is also implementing a vaccine mandate.
Governor Pritzker says the mask requirement starts Monday, with the shot mandate to begin the week after on Sunday, September 5th. He outlined who the shots must cover.
All P-12 teachers and staff, all higher education personnel, all higher education students, and healthcare workers in a variety of settings,
to include nursing homes and urgent care facilities. Those who don't or can't comply will have to be tested at least once weekly. Pritzker says while 76% of state residents have gotten at least one shot, those who are not vaccinated put those in their care and in their classrooms at risk. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
A deadly shooting near a county courthouse about 60 miles south of Chicago. 2 people were killed, 1 hospitalized, and multiple firearms recovered.
As officers were responding, a Momentous police officer took 1 suspect into custody. That suspect did have a firearm on him. A second suspect who fled from the scene was also taken into custody by the Kankakee County Sheriff's Department.
Police Chief Robin Passwater says there's no reasonable threat to the community, but for now the investigation continues. No word on a motive or who the suspects are. The 2 people killed are described as young Hispanic men. New York's new governor, Kathy Hochul, just naming a state senator serving New York City, Brian Benjamin, as her lieutenant governor, calling him a champion of 3 of her priorities: criminal justice reform, affordable housing, and tenant protections. Benjamin will be the state's 2nd black lieutenant governor after David Patterson, who went on to become governor when Eliot Spitzer resigned. On Wall Street, a sell-off now, the Dow down 192 at the close. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Here at Guam Auto Spot, we have the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars, like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage, as low as $127 per paycheck, 0 down. Or this 2021 Buick Encore, as low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down for 72 months. Call 478-AUTO to schedule a test drive or get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com.
Michelob Ultra presents the GSPN Imasmet Good Competition. Guam's strongest man and strongest woman will be determined Saturday, September 11th at the Paseo Grounds. Come watch our island's strongest compete in the Triple J Truck Pull, the Paradise Fitness Clean and Jerk, CTD and Pacific Tire Tire Flip, the IT&E Wheelbarrow Course, the Guam Army National Guard's Warrior Walk, and the Isla Imports Mini Truck Lift. There'll be a beer garden and food truck, so leave your chow and drinks at home. Who will be Guam's strongest man and strongest woman? Find out Saturday, September 11th.
At Jack in the Box, I baked cheddar directly into the biscuits of my 2 for $5 cheddar biscuit breakfast sandwiches. Because cheddar makes everything better.
Even?
Especially that.
But what about...
Yep, that too. plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Today it's 6:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyrant with a look at your local news on the point. The car score this morning is at 25.2 after 108 new cases have been recorded. This is the latest count from the Joint Information Center. It's out of 1,349 people who were tested the day before yesterday. Our total now is at 9,867. 930 people remain in active isolation. Now, the new cases also include 10 DOE students and 5 employees who tested positive for COVID-19. The students reportedly were from Chief Brody Memorial Elementary School, CL Taitano Elementary, Maria Ujoa, MU Lujan, Ordat Chalampago, and Weddingale Elementary, as well as FB Leon Guerrero Middle School, Ukudu High School, and George Washington High School. Now, the employees were tested positive at Agana Heights, Estumbo, Carbolito, DL Perez, and Ukudu High School. All the schools are working with public health and identifying the close contacts. The schools all remain open. The same goes for Catholic schools. The Archdiocese also confirming a number of their students have tested positive. At Bishop Baumgartner, 2 cases. At Academy, there was 1. And then at Dominican Child Development Center, there was 1 case reported. The Archdiocese also reports this morning a positive case reported by the pastor at Santa Barbara Catholic Church, along with the 4 additional school students. Santa Barbara Church pastor Father Dan and his staff are working with the Archdiocese and public health and the contact tracing. Now, the parishioner attended the 8 a.m. noon masses on Sunday, August 21st, as well as the 6 p.m. mass the following Monday. The person is isolating at home, and they are working again with public health and identifying the close contacts, and those individuals will be contacted directly by public health. We'll have more news right after this. The governor has yet to enact any new changes to her COVID policies, but she did say that some additional restrictions are forthcoming as the number of COVID cases continue to rise. And with the most recent executive order causing quite a stir in the community, the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association, they're reaching out to their stakeholders to get some feedback on the governor's EO that still mandates proof or attestation of vaccination for patrons. The order requires bars, restaurants, gyms, and like businesses where mask wearing is compromised to limit access to unvaccinated customers. The GHRA has been opposed to this executive order, saying that it will have an adverse impact. The survey is being circulated to businesses. It's asking for their feedback on how the executive orders have impacted their businesses. And the Guam Daily Post reports GVB is looking to expand its Airbnb program to tap into the Indonesia market. Program has seen some huge success in visitors from Taiwan who've come here for vaccine and vacation. GVB's Vice President Jerry Perez reported to the board members yesterday that they are in talks with an Indonesia company to be part of Guam's Airbnb program. Dance Jazz Entertainment Company and Dance Studio is postponing a highly anticipated concert due to the latest executive order and rising number of positive cases. The dance company put out a press release yesterday announcing the cancellation. It was scheduled for August 28th, and it will be rescheduled. However, no date has been posted as of yet. And just one person applied, and as a result, the Archdiocese extended the deadline for the applications to be submitted for the superintendent position for Catholic schools. The job announcement posted in the Facebook page this morning, it says that it is looking to fill the position that was formerly held by Juan Flores, who now works over at the charter schools. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Oh, man, sorry, distracted.
That's all.
It's Barbara Bach's birthday over the weekend.
Oh, really?
Do you know who she is?
No.
1970s James Bond, The Spy Who Loved Me.
Ow.
She was the spy that loved James Bond in the movie The Spy Who Loved Me. Nobody Does It Better. Carly Simon, the song.
But did she love all the James Bonds?
I don't know that she did, but she's celebrating her
Or just
birthday, and
that
I
one.
cannot think about Barbara Bach without thinking of a couple of things. One of them is the fact that she also ended up marrying Ringo Starr from the Beatles.
Ow.
Yeah. And then she was also in a caveman movie that came out in the late 70s, early 80s, which was good. So I think there was some operative language in there, in the beginnings of language. It was a caveman movie, so Zug Zug, I think, had Zug Zug was a significant term that was used in the movie. Some of you might remember. It's 6:12 in the morning. Her image is on the screen right now, and I'll leave that there as I pursue this morning's weather a la Mana Silva Tyrant's instructions. Partly cloudy skies with isolated showers and thunderstorms. That's what we got. It's either sunny skies or it's raining cats and dogs. You noticed that yesterday?
Yeah.
All right, so maybe the same thing again today. Highs around 87 degrees through Saturday. Partly cloudy skies and isolated showers. There are going to be thunderstorms in the forecast. Let me get this up on the screen so you get a better idea of what our neighborhood looks like here in the Western Pacific. There it is up on the screen. You can see where Guam is, and you can see that chop that we had last night and in the overnights. That's beginning to move off. So we might have a few hours here of actually some decent weather. And then off to the eastern side of the island. Whoa, look at that line. Look at that little spread that we got coming our way. And the red generally means, rain is going to be in the forecast for later in the afternoon. I'm looking through the rest of the week, and it's mostly cloudy. Lots of showers and thunderstorms between here and Sunday afternoon. So pick your times and look for some of that sunshine out there. Sunrise this morning at 6:09. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:35. Notice how rapidly the sunsets are coming earlier. Must be that time of the year. 20% chance of rain, the man says. Heat index today maybe 96 degrees. That's news and weather and Barbara Bach's birthday together here on The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 67 years.
Mescla, read all about it. Check out Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Tuman for lunch, serving up some savory seafood specials such as spicy garlic shrimp, candied salmon, or better yet, the local favorite, snapper or shrimp escabeche, available only during lunch hours. Make sure to come down and try these tasty specials and more. Call 969-2652 for more info or to make a reservation. Located at the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tuman, Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park. It's 6:14 in the studios here on 93.3 The Point. Program brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot with the best selection in Buicks, GMCs, Mitsubishis, and used cars. Try the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage starting at just $127 a paycheck. Zero down. You want details? Call 478-AUTO. Take a test drive. Get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you on a Friday morning, just because, well, it's Friday morning. Is that by itself not cause to celebrate the onset of an incredible weekend? I'm trying to be as dramatic as possible here. Yeah, I know. We get some weird news that's coming out of what is it? Dozens of people dead in the Kabul airport. I guess those guys went in and suicide bombing. And as soon as that was all done, somebody else came in and started firing on the crowds. That situation had been devolving and rapidly. And I think with the announcements that the Americans were going to be pulling out next week, next Tuesday, our Tuesday. I think that just emboldened people even more. Statements coming out of the White House before too much longer, and the annoyance that I've got this morning, and I've tried a couple of times. I can't get to Twitter. Is Twitter down?
Oh, I don't know.
I'd normally go to Twitter to find out if something was down. But in a case like this, you can go to Twitter, and all of the media has got some kind of blurb or another, and I'm just not able to get to anything on the Twitter. So that's kind of annoying. 888-825-5888-TALK. Who gets the phone? Who gets that number when
I get the phone?
The light starts ringing on the box.
Who's a good boy?
Who's a good boy?
Who's a good
real Joe? Who's a good real Joe? Real Joe gets the phone when you call it 888-825-5888-TALK. If you're setting up memes, you can send them to 988-5874. That's 988-5874. Generally, the cool stuff that you might feature on social media, you're more than welcome to send up to me here. Pretty sunrise pictures. Well, kind of, sort of. Over the last several days, we've had that same cobalt blue sunrise going on in the Tamuning area, and Sarita's going out there every morning looking for something different, but all week long, it has been about the same. You want me to prove it? Okay, let me go back to earlier in the week. Here are all of the sunrises from Sarita's phone all week long. They're all the same color. And I might end up doing the same thing with Jeff from over at Pirates Cove, where he's trying to find some color in the forecast. Color good looks like Johnny Black, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There we go. So a little bit of that playing it on the eastern side of the island as they get prepped for an incredible day here today. Fridays are always good days. Do I have any other pictures? I might actually have some other groovy shots here that I got. Sarita Garin. Yesterday, right?
Wow.
So cute in foul weather gear. That's my little pork chop all dressed up for incredible rain that we had yesterday.
Yeah.
And it was, oh my God, it was a great afternoon, wasn't it?
It was until.
And until I don't know, it started raining, and it was the soggy sound, and you could just tell just by the sound that it was making against the windows and against the concrete that we're talking about big raindrops, big cha-cha slide size raindrops coming down on the island, and it didn't stop. I went to a place last night. I made the phone call. Said, "Yeah, you guys enforcing the vax mandates yet?" And the guy said, "Who's this?"
Yeah, who's this?
I said, "This is Ray." And he says, "Ray?" I said, "Yeah, Ray." "No, Ray, come on in." And so I did.
Oh.
So I parked the car, and I got this umbrella. I got one of these really, really cool, because I'm a somebody in this town, right? And so somebody once upon a time gave me one of these really, really cool, like we're super corporate golf umbrellas. And I get out of the car, and I open the umbrella, and it immediately folds upside down on me. Then they're going, "This has got to be a $20 umbrella." And the thing pops right open, and all of a sudden it looks like a scene out of I don't know, Mary Poppins or something like that. And so needless to say, I enjoyed a dinner in a place that is not enforcing the vax mandates just yet, but mostly soggy as a result of that. But that's all right. 6:19 in the morning. Montesilva Tyrant's going to take care of news and headlines and information here this morning. What you up to? But you just do a little bit of light cleaning there of the jewelry.
Oh.
Vaccinated, ready for hire. Let me know.
Well, so I sent Janella a question here this morning, because it's a question that people have been asking me, and because they go, "Well, Ray, as you said, you're somebody around here. Do you have access to the sacred knowledge, Ray?" And I said, "The sacred knowledge of what this time? What sacred knowledge am I to be looking for?" And they said, of the 667 people that have tested positive in the last 7 days, and these numbers are readily available from the JIC. COVID-19, they call them cases. George Macris says, no, they're not cases unless they go to the hospital. They're just positive tests. So of the 667 people that have tested positive in the last 7 days, how many of them are vaccinated? Inquiring minds want to know. You know who's the inquiring minds? The unvaccinated. Because the unvaccinated ones are saying, the unvaccinated ones are the ones that are going to be walking around going, "See, I told you. I told you, you can still get sick, you can still infect people, even though you're vaccinated." And so that's kind of what we'd like to know, is also keeping track of the numbers of vaccinated versus unvaccinated in the hospitals. I mean, and we didn't start it. You guys did. So, you're trying to make a point about how dirty and unclean the unvaccinated are. Well, suppose if you're going to be comfortable drawing a line down in one direction, you got to be comfortable drawing that same line in the other direction, where we start asking about what the numbers of vaccinated people are that are reporting to all the various clinics that are out. I went to a place yesterday and noted that there was a line of people waiting to go and get their COVID-19 tests. Yeah. Oh, and update. I told you about a friend of mine who had lunch on Saturday with a friend whose boyfriend, as it turns out, got COVID-19.
Nice.
Right. So the girlfriend got COVID-19 too, but my friend that had the lunch with the friend that got the boyfriend with COVID-19, she did not. She tested negative.
No.
Yes.
And you're good then.
That's okay. COVID.
All right.
COVID math.
We figured it out, man.
COVID math. Yeah, maybe. That's what I'm thinking. And
you're good to go, bro.
I was so happy when I got word that the test was negative, because otherwise I got to put up with Montesilva Tyron, who's going to be pissed off at me for weeks and weeks and weeks, maybe the rest of her life, for getting COVID-19. Even though
I'm
she's
pissed off
vaccinated.
at you anyway, so you might as well give me a reason.
Here's something.
Help me justify why.
Exactly. 6:22 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show, and host, if you will, to all of the people that are looking for reasons to be unvaccinated and unclean heathen. Speaking of unvaccinated, unclean heathens, go.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see the troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name.
We're not the same anymore. Whether vaccinated or unvaccinated, we all used to be the same. But then they started talking about you have to get a shot or something like that, and everybody's drawing. I got called an idiot this morning on one of my Facebook posts. Somebody says, "Wow, I never figured you for an idiot."
They don't listen to the show.
Apparently
you
not.
listen every day, then you know clearly.
No doubt in your mind whatsoever.
No doubt.
So anyway, there's an opening for an additional friend on Facebook. If we're not already Facebook friends, I've got room now. I've got room. It was an unfollow and a block. So it's like, whoa, you coming after me? I haven't seen this guy in like 40 years, literally 40 years, and all of a sudden he's going to kind of jump in and start to finger wag at me like, how dare you, without a shred of medical knowledge, question the efficacy of these vaccines that are coming out. And if you take a look at the post that I was talking about, and I don't know why this is in my head, it just is I was not. It was one of the posts where I wasn't critical of the vaccine. You wanted the vaccine, take the vaccine. I was critical because there are people that work over at the veteran cemetery that can't go to work now. And critical of the idea that if you're not vaccinated, you can't attend ceremonies there, as described by the folks over at DPHSS. Had nothing to do with my personal feelings about getting vaccinated or not getting vaccinated. I just thought that was kind of an affront. The whole idea, people that have died protecting our freedoms, and one of the freedoms, ask Dr. Nguyen, he's all over the media today, is we have the freedom of choice. And you'd think that would be one place where they said, yeah, maybe it's inappropriate for us to say anything is mandatory, considering we're talking about a sacred resting place for veterans.
I tell you what, on the base, they're not checking for vaccine cards.
Real Joe.
All right.
So at the food court, you go in.
These 69s?
I went there and I was walking through. I'm like, you guys checking vaccines? They said, no, not here.
But they're back to the mask thing, though, right?
Oh, yeah. Of course. You have to wear your mask.
Yeah. Oh, and that's good because we got all those
vaccine cards checking.
Yeah, we got all those cool masks that we got from Jay Rojas and Romeo over at what's the name of Romeo's place again?
Buenas and Hoffaday.
So if you need masks, if you're in
Buenas.
Den Hoffaday, if you are in one of those businesses where it's always cool to have some kind of cool promotional giveaway, go and get a whole bunch of masks or T-shirts over at Romeo's place,
and
then
put
you'll
any
be the
sort
boss.
of insignia on your mask or your shirt or your hat.
I want the Guamunism one. It's the have you seen that?
Send it to him. He'll do it.
It's what is it? The part of it's a hammer and sickle, right? To look like communism, but the sickle part of it is actually tierras, beetle net tierras.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. So I mean, it's culturally relevant as well. Great artist, that guy. Anyway, 625. And I'm looking at the Facebook app for the top 10, and at number 1 today, Gemma Bustamante. Says, happy Friday and good morning, Ray, Mana, The Real Joe, and everybody tuning into the Point Post Canteen is there. Mary Lou Bershman, Sarita Gurin. Oh, let's put that picture of Sarita Gurin back up there in it just, this so, it's so Disney.
Does she have rain boots?
It's a Disney picture, isn't it?
It is.
Anyway, so I'm going to leave that up there for a second. Nate Horn saying, good morning, Guam. It's Friday. There's Ismail Velez saying, rest in peace, putting up the prayer hands, obviously, for the men. A dozen of them, one, I believe, a corpsman as well at the Kabul airport. There will be updates on this all morning long. Brad Woods online. Dennis Larson. I got Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas, Rico B, Sabine Chargaloff, Hoik from Nick Perlowski. There's, let me see, John Ray Tight to Know, and Greg Karabrock online. Happy Friday to you, Greg. Welcome home. Good to have you there. Speaking of Jay Rojas.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you, Jay Rojas. And thanks so much for sending out all the supplies that you did. You guys don't have any. Do you have any good? I'm just about finished. Do you have any corned beef in Hawaii? Is there good corned beef?
Yeah, $30 a can.
And I need.
Yeah, it's pricey there.
Well, so this morning.
It's pricey here too.
We weren't able to get a hold of Charlie Hermosa yesterday. He's my transportation expert, so we're going to try him again today to find out why it is that there's, you got to pay $30 for 3 pounds of, almost $40 for 3.5 pounds of short ribs over at Cost You Less. I'm not blaming Cost You Less. I'm sure that everything that they put together is based on, the going rates that they've got to bring the stuff into the store and keep it in the chiller. Among those are the transportation costs that seem to be going up. We told you it was going to be happening, and it's at your doorstep here today. Henry Maglonia is online here this morning. I got Matt Galendez and Cody James. How about Cody and Amanda listening to the broadcast this morning? Pretty Sarita Garin. So I called her pork chop. She's calling me the acai bowl. She says, I look like an acai bowl here this morning because it's the shirt, right? It's the shirt. Okay, so it's
the fruit.
Brand new gas shirt in the closet, right?
Fruity.
Stitch Fix came in and came through. What can I say? Maybe a little bit later on, if I can get a picture of it, the green pants that were part of the Stitch Fix ensemble. And to tell you what, if you want to be a part of the Stitch Fix, don't go in and log in by yourself. Send me a note, and I will send you a link that you can sign up to Stitch Fix with. Now you want to do this because you will get a significant discount on your first Stitch Fix order, and I will get a significant discount on my next Stitch Fix order. So it works out for both of us. Like I said, send me the direct message. I'll be happy to take care of the rest. Dita Camarillo is online. Eunice Mendiola, good morning to you. I got Cousin Troy is on here this morning.
My favorite cello.
You would think he would be sleeping in a little bit.
Yeah.
But he's been working out so much. Have you noticed how skinny the guy is?
Yeah, he's looking ripped.
Yeah, absolutely. He's getting his lift on, right?
Yeah.
Bro, he lifts.
He's lean.
Anyway, so he was now last night the big deal on the show was Frank the Crank and Felix Cabrera. As in the Cabrera score. That Felix Cabrera.
Yeah.
Now I was in the busy getting wet in the rain, so I missed out on the thing. So we'll get kind of a debrief from him and see what they were talking about last night. Josh Desiree Lasonko saying good morning to everybody. Soon to be Senator Vince Borja. Good to see you there. Lorna Anikas is wishing everybody a good morning. There's Joe Dizon doing the same thing. Lady D says, I love that shirt. Well, thank you so much. Let me see. Dennis Larson says, 11 Marines, time to kick some raghead ass. I know. That's the spirit. That's the spirit on a Friday morning. Bonnie Suba articulating the same thing, though in a kinder way. Sad today in Afghanistan, praying for the 12 Marines and a Navy medic that have been killed by a suicide bomber out in Kabul. James Nauta is there. Felix Bumba, Kenneth Polino, Zerald Young, and Jerome McDonald online. The pretty Sarah Lake. It's Doggone Friday, another day to make your voice heard. Let freedom ring. Biba, Governor Abbott. Oh, that governor, the one that we like. Okay, I see it. Jerome saying Biden to visit California to save Nancy Pelosi's nephew, Governor Gavin Newsom, from recall. Seriously, Biden can't even answer reporters' questions. Will there be a retaliation in Kabul on ISIS after a blast killed the U.S. Marines and citizens out there? The only thing I want to hear from Biden this morning is I resign. the phrase "I resign." There's calls already for impeachment. I mean, this administration, as new as it is and as young as it is, has been nothing but a disaster for this country.
But
I
then
think
you know what that does? It puts Kamala
Harris
up in charge, and
Yeah,
I don't
but-
know. Is that any better?
Let me think here. I think if something like that were to happen, I think the mechanisms that support this folly, this kabuki in Washington, D.C., I think they would begin to almost solidify. The government of the United States of America will founder over the next 3 years between now and maybe not, maybe now until the midterm elections, and then pave the way for responsible leadership to come back into the White House in Washington, D.C. I mean, there's still two other branches of a functioning, we hope, government. We'll watch over the next couple of days how the rest of this plays out. Still very, very early in the process. There'll be more of this in the next newscast at 7 o'clock in the morning. In the meantime, Friday morning, lots of stuff on the table of contents today. Although one of the things that I was looking at in the Guam alerts, the Google alerts that I came in this morning, is Guam is set to get about $6 million from the Fed. $6.3 million coming to Guam from Uncle Fed. Do you know where that money is going to be going? Do you know what they're going to be using $6.3 million for?
You and me.
No.
What?
No, it's not you and me. $6.3 million is going to go to outfit, and I don't know what the numbers are going to end up to be. I got to find Vince Areola over at DPW. They're going to outfit buses, as in school buses, with Wi-Fi.
Ah, nice. What's the password?
White shoes. White shoes.
White
is
shoes.
password. I don't know. I'm just I'm thinking about when I was a little kid and rode the bus. I'd ride the bus from MTM down to Cathedral Great School and go in the back there, and then I'd go and find my bus and I'd sit down in the chair.
The bus?
I rode. Oh yeah, we rode the
Mom
bus.
didn't like you.
No.
She drove us.
Well, no, and Shelley and I drove you,
then-
if you'll
then you
remember the
guys-
actual truth of the matter. Anyway, 6:32. So yeah, we were, Shelley and I were bus riders when we were kids, because the Guam hadn't been taken over by crystal methamphetamine and druggies just yet. But that was the thing. So you'd get down to Cathedral, and I'd find the bus that would take me either to St. Anthony School or later in my years, Father Duenas Memorial, and go and find someplace on the bus and panic homework. You know the one I'm talking about.
Yes.
I didn't get jack done yesterday because I don't know, there was like a 3-hour Star Trek festival. Cram. So you're sitting there, and so I'm thinking, what a great tool this is going to be for students just like me to be able to get on the bus and be able to conduct their research, maybe fill in some forms and applications while they're online, while they're waiting for the bus to get from point A to point B. I can't imagine how much more exciting my life would have been, even as a student at Chaminade and University of Hawaii in Hawaii, to be able to have Wi-Fi on a bus so that I could continue to work and be productive while I was otherwise transported from point A to point B. On the other hand, you know your kids, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
What do you suppose they will be surfing for?
TikTok videos?
TikTok videos. We're going to make all of the videos, all the TikTok videos are going to be on the buses from the Department of Education. Here we go.
They're going to block it, though, Ray.
What's that?
Someone's probably going to block the certain sites.
Oh, you can block all of that stuff?
I don't know.
Yeah, you believe your
Maybe.
kids haven't figured out how to get around your firewalls. 6:34. Mr. Bus Driver, can you unlock my TikTok? I got a great dance I want to show everybody. Come on, Snapchat. Hey, let's go hang out together on Kick. I'm using all of those little names of websites that freak parents out. What, your kids on Kick? How about OnlyFans? So you got any of your children on OnlyFans?
You know what's fun now
You
is
better start checking.
Docomo has these little pods that you put around your house.
Yeah.
And it amplifies your signal.
Cool.
But I could physically, because I have access to it, go in there and block somebody while they're using it just to kind of speed things up for myself. Then go and shut them off while they're watching Netflix in their room.
The same, yeah.
It's
I've
so
got
much
one of
fun.
those little
Because then they pop, you don't see your kid for a while. You turn off their internet, they'll come
They
looking
start
for you.
looking around. Mom, there's something wrong with the internet. 6:34 in the morning. Nothing wrong with our internet here. You're watching on Facebook Live and YouTube Live, and we'll take a look at who's playing around on the YouTube Lives there in a second and see what they want me to get started on as we ponder our way into the weekend. At 6:35, time for Montecilva Tyron and her next big look at news and headlines here on The Point. Havamana, what happened? coming.
Another day of triple-digit COVID cases. The CAR score this morning is at 25.2 after 108 new cases have been recorded out of 1,349 people who came out to get tested. There are 930 people in active isolation. Now, the new cases also include 10 DOE students and 5 employees. Also, the Catholic schools confirming 4 of their school kids have tested positive, and a churchgoer at Santa Barbara Catholic Church. All of the schools are open this morning, but each of the schools working with public health and identifying the close contacts of each of the individuals. Those who did test positive will have to be in isolation until they're cleared by public health to return to school. Also, the COVID vaccination clinics continue at the Micronesia Mall today. That will continue from 11 until 6 p.m. There's also testing that continues at the Teeds and Test site at the old Carnival grounds. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
All right, and shouts this morning to J.P. St. Nicholas, who can be found, he's lurking, he's hiding over on the YouTube site. I got Randy Mark, Island Smooth, saying GDOE meeting with parents this weekend. If I may offer one solution for current ailments, 2 cohorts for face-to-face students. Attendance every other day would reduce daily crowdedness on the campus. Then we got Peter Tureen. Good to have you there. Rico B is also on that side, Island Smooth, etc. If you've got, if it's one of those things, I check in with the YouTube every once in a while. I don't do it as often as I do with the Facebook Live because the font is very, very small and it requires me to put on glasses that are even thicker than the ones I've got on now. 6:36 in the morning, and who was it that was saying, wait, Wi-Fi in the school buses? What is the point of all of that? Let me read to you what it has to say about this. FCC, it says it seeks to address applications that were filed after a deadline, blah, 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 blah. The rise of the Delta variant means off-campus connectivity remains vital to ensuring students, school staff, and library patrons can engage in remote learning as they face challenges and uncertainty amidst the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, Freudian. According to a recent press release, the Emergency Connectivity Fund, the single largest effort to bring connectivity and devices to students who lack them. Although I'm trying to figure out what to get Wi-Fi's and hotspots and modems and routers in the buses. So what if the kids have to do remote learning? We'd park a bus in front of their house so that they've got access to the Wi-Fi. I don't know. You know, this is all put together by the same government that brought us Afghanistan. 6:37 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show continues after these.
The UOG Endowment Foundation is hosting Community Connection, an outreach that connects the community to programs and organizations at the University of Guam. Join them at the Micronesia Mall Center Court on Saturday, August 28th from 11:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Learn more about scholarships, the G is for Giving campaign, different programs at the university, and be entertained by the Triton's Collective Dance Team. For more information, please call 735-2957 or email them at info@uogendowment.org. Biba UOG.
Bargain Tactical, Guam's largest firearms dealer and sports shooting store, offering the best selection on island. You'll find everything you need for your next trip to the range. Ammo, target, stands, hearing and eye protection. A full-time armorer is ready to help with repairs, maintenance, and builds. Plus, you'll find a large selection of home defense accessories, including tasers, stun guns, pepper spray, batons, and home security devices. Pellet, BB, and airsoft guns in stock now for pest control and training. Tactical Gear Guam, Route 16, Army Drive, and Harmon. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Bargain Tactical 671 or online, BargainTacticalGuam.com. Bargain Tactical. You defend, we support. All right, it's 6:38 in the morning. Mana talking about those cool Wi-Fi devices and being called out by Lady D saying, Mana, you're giving away mom secrets. That's double secret mom stuff. The only moms are allowed to talk about. You're not supposed to.
Okay,
put
just
that
so you
on
know,
the radio.
they can actually see from their end that their device has been blocked. So
really?
Oh, yeah.
So they know.
They know.
Very, very cool. Hey, you want to get that maybe for your office? They can do that. Docomo Pacific Business has got these great bundling plans, so you can do the same thing at your shop. Control, throttle, if you will, your good employees and your bad employees, and make sure that everybody is where they're supposed to be. Internet plans, phone plans, television for the lunch office, for the office lunch area. Try it out today with a quick call. The more services you add, the more you save with Docomo Pacific Business. Ah, yes, and the magic of the internet. Really? Oh, wait, hold on a second. I got to reload a page here to see what's going on. Apparently, there was so much traffic yesterday, it broke my system. Up on Anderson Air Force Base, a little bit of traffic as everybody making their way to early morning Glee Club practice at Anderson. And actually, you know what? There might be a few other things going on. I think there's a big Indian naval exercise that started yesterday. Let's see if I can get you details on that. Yeah. Dot Indian, not
Dot,
Feather Indian. Okay. Anyway, so we've got a little bit of traffic. Marine Corps Drive up and down Route 1 and 3. Intersection at 1 and 16, not so bad. Intersections, most of the intersections on Route 8 getting into the downtown and Gatineau area, you might see some issues through there, but otherwise I'm not seeing a whole lot of bad traffic. What is this over? Is that Adelup? Yeah, it looks like there might be a little bit of something going on. No. Where's that? Is that Adelup that I'm looking at? Yeah, it is. No. Yeah, it is. Okay, down by it. It looks like a little bit of traffic over in that area. I'll take another look at it before too much longer, and some traffic getting into Big Navy in Sumai. 20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning. The Ray Gibson Show. Business owners looking to expand, looking for an opportunity to give your business, looking to give your business a chance to succeed. There's a commercial space to rent at the DNA Plaza, Tumuning, next to Cost You Less, home to the famous Tokyo Mart, Ma's Kitchen, Yogurt Land, and others. Great foot traffic, 1,320 square feet available. Call DNA Incorporated for more information. 477-9053 or 9054, or email dnainc.guam@gmail.com.
At GTA, we continuously develop digital solutions to build resilience for island businesses in need of agility, speed, and stability. Whether you're a home office or large corporation, we have professional services tailored by our GTA Enterprise experts to evolve your business digital transformation. Let the strength and reliability of our network power your business for years to come, and call us today at 671-644-1000. GTA, we start with you.
641-888-8255-888-TALK. Let me point you in another direction on Facebook while you might be looking for some place to go and enjoy a great lunch or dinner. Brand new Longhorn Steakhouse now open for you from 11 until 10, and they've got just some great items. You got somebody that goes crazy with steak and beef. This is the place to go, and they've got all kinds of stuff that you can look at, ribeyes and chopped steak and New York steaks and plenty more. But I love a couple of combos they've got. In particular, there's the Flo's Filet. It's a Grill Master combo. Starts with the Flo's Filet that is center cut filet, and then on top of that there's a 4-ounce lobster tail. Again, love the price. A great first date meal at a great new first date place, Longhorn Steakhouse. Don't steal
Any
the silverware.
speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
6:42 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. My name is Ray. Mana's over there. Real Joe gets the phone when you call it 888-8255, 888-TALK. What do we got here? A couple of guys talking about different things that we can use. What libraries? The school buses will be better than the library, says Bill Shadow on. I got the Smug Wimp saying, Ohio is I must to everybody. Valerie Antolani is online. Lady D talking about, controlling the access and the wires into the house for the kids. I would cut off the internet and games until homework and chores were done, which is a great idea, but it is also a great tool to discipline the kids, because back in the old days, right, you go to your room, yeah, whatever, or get outside. But now, the thing is the kids want to be connected all the time, just like their parents are. So if you really want to punish the kids or get them on the straight and narrow, say, you know what, I can cut off the internet. In a lot of cases, you could do it from the office. Are you done with your homework? No? Okay, I'm shutting off the internet. No, Mom, I'll take care of it right now. The apps will give you that kind of control over all of those kinds of things. What do we got here? Rachel Jordan online this morning. Mary Singeo Denina is there, and a whole bunch of other people watching the program. Online with me right now from the Department of Labor, Dave Del Sola. Buenos and half a day, Dave. How you doing?
Hey, half a day, Ray. How you doing, my friend?
You know what? I'm not so bad. I got word that somebody had been hoping came up with a negative COVID-19 test. Actually, did come up with a negative COVID-19 test. That makes me happy. You guys found somebody in the midst over at DOL that had COVID-19 this week, didn't you?
Yes. It's getting really dicey. One of our staff got positive test at the American Job Center. We're getting a lot of traffic coming in and out of there, of course, with the work search going on, people looking for work. So we had to shut down for that half a day, and we have several staff that are out through contact tracing, which is giving us, a little bit of challenges with the workloads that we're having with work search and people working. So I hope to as much as possible people can have patience that we literally lost, almost a dozen people because of the whole contact tracing.
Right. So it's not that one person gets sick, and we're starting to see this happening in a lot of different shops these days, where one person might test positive for COVID-19, and it's not just okay. You don't come to work for 2 weeks, and make sure when you come back you got drugs and vaccinated and all of that stuff. So you've got one person out, but then there's the people that they work closest to and are most closely associated with, and then they got to go get tested, which means they're out for a couple of days.
And not only that, if some of the staff are doing outreach, we're going out to businesses, we're trying to help, we're trying to do all kinds of, we are running around so much that, yes, and this is not the first time. This is our first positive in a long time, but we're getting hit even on my side with contact tracing. It's, when you see all these hundreds of people getting positives, you know that there are probably several hundred around them that got contact traced. And, at least it's a good, it worked very quickly just to kind of, we've been through these routines. We know how to handle it. We just real quickly, they're out for a little bit, they're back. So it's just, the workload doesn't hold for contact tracing, and that's the problem. Work search is creating a lot of work, and of course, those that are self-employed, they have to call in to get their weekly claims corrected, and of course, we have the hundreds that are calling in trying to find some kind of exemption for work search, and there really isn't much exemption. I mean, USDOL through the program are tied our hands. It's you have to do a work search.
And trust me, nobody had a problem with that when there were a lot of people that were trying to get off the couch and back into work. Unfortunately, now I got a feeling that things are probably not going to go as planned. We've got a couple of things on the schedule that are going to impact what happens with employment here on Guam. Next week, the minimum wage goes up to 9.25. Now, I don't know how many people are making 9.25 right now. I think it was Dr. Jones over at the university when they first started talking about putting this increase back into play on September the 1st, that there were already a pretty good number of people that were already at 9.25 or better. But as we're talking about bringing in new employees as a result of the jobs opening up and the PUA stopping, I think that might be an impediment to additional hires. Plus, you're also going to be ramping down now the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program, and I think that's going to conspire to cause some people some anxiety in the next couple of weeks. What are you feeling?
Of course, there's a lot of people that are well-deservingly on the program, and, we are not back to 100% recovery. We are slowly, working towards that, and this Delta variant has definitely put a kink into it. But, you have the Small Business Pandemic Assistance Program from GITA that is coming out very soon. So small businesses like yourself can apply and, fill out the necessary forms. And basically that's a grant that for you to open up to help you with your back bills, your rents, your powers, your inventories, whatever it takes to help you open up your operation. And you can even use it for employment. So the grant was very flexible. And that was one of the reasons why when we sat down and laid out a game plan, we said, okay, why don't we hit the GITA first, get these businesses assistance that is broad in what it can do to get them open and get them up and running and help them, basically open the shutters up.
Right.
And then,
now, Dave, will that allow me?
Program down the road.
Now, I know that's a Mel Mendiola thing over at the at GITA, but based on your understanding, would that allow me to take some of my 35-hour-a-week guys and pay them for 40 hours? Would it allow me to bring them back to what full-time employment looked like pre-pandemic, or is this going to be only for new employees?
No, that was one of the reasons why mine was a lot more restricted.
Right.
Their program is basically going to give you a grant to do whatever your business needs are to open, stay open, or to do business. So there's no real strings attached to this grant monies. It's because everybody's needs are different. Your needs aren't the same as the small business down the block. Everybody's you're not a heavy inventory.
No, I get it. It's not one size fits all. So it's not a cookie cutter plan. I got that. Okay, so we'll see what we can find from Mel about when those funds are going to be available, what the application process is going to be, and what. It's got to come out soon because as things are starting to look like some restrictions are going to go back into play here, and for many businesses that we're going, oh man, we're getting hammered on a Thursday night. Maybe you're going to be hammered, but it's only going to be 50% occupancy. I don't know what's going to be coming out of the governor's office. Scary, but we imagine that there are going to be some additional restrictions on gatherings and congregations and things like that. And I think that's going to have a major impact on what's going to be happening over the next couple of days. You are beginning to stand down some of these programs and going back to regular DOL work. Is that correct?
Basically, yes. And we have a couple more weeks. Well, September 4th is the last eligible work week, but we'll be paying for the next couple of months after that.
Right. So folks are still keep filling out the paperwork and doing your job searches. Harvey wants to know when the LWA will be paid.
LWA has been paid and continues to get paid. Remember, that was only a 6-week program back in August of 2020. And if you notice in the batches, I think they've been averaging only about 20,000 to 30,000 of people who are eligible for it. So that's a very, very small payment. So LWA has always been paid out, and it's basically winding down. I mean, we're on the last few crumbs of claimants that maybe had issues or problems that would go all the way back like that, because any new claimants can't file that far back. Anybody after January of this new year can only go back and file as far as December, any new claimants. That was under the CARES Act restriction. So, and the LWA was the way before that in August, and end of July, August, that 6-week period before when Trump basically put together his plan through FEMA. So that's paying well, and there's no issues with that. It's just dwindling and going away.
Well, Harvey says he hasn't seen that since last August. Harvey, I'd pick up the phone while there's still somebody over at the 311 to get that answered and see what step needs to get steps taken.
That was only between the end of July to beginning of September. That was the only period. So if he would have gotten that taste during that period, then he's gotten everything that there was to get out of LWA.
Dave Del Sola from the Department of Labor on the line. The real purpose of the call is to ask if you're hearing anything about any other unemployment assistance that might be coming out of Washington, D.C. I think there's going to be the smell of desperation in the air before too much longer for people who cannot find a job, who are not going to be able to get anything, even at minimum wage, and are going to be seeing the last of the deposits into their checking accounts from the Department of Labor. Are you hearing about any other kinds of relief that might be coming down the road? I mean, we're not the only people in the country that are dealing with the Delta.
Yeah, no, we're not. And I only that one article that I shared with everybody last week. That was a letter from the Treasury and the Labor Department to Congress, and so that just kind of, I was hoping, start a dialogue. Now, whether or not anything comes of that, that's more in the congressman's house, and if there's any noise going on. I every day spend 5-10 minutes scouring the internet looking to see if there's anything coming out from D.C. or from that area, just to see if there's any talks or rumblings. I haven't seen anything other than that letter. And, I continue to monitor it and see how, because they've always done something at the very end of the time. But, this is a different mood. I know the Delta variant is hitting, but it's hitting various states in various ways. A lot of states are still trying to open, still trying to get people hired. They're not coming, forward, and, they're having a tough time. So,
and can you imagine those states that have been paying out massive amounts of unemployment assistance as they usually would, and now have to think about how we're going to refill those coffers that used to be full of money that are no longer as quite as full or probably empty. 6:55 in the morning, Dave. Always fun talking with you. If you hear anything, let me know.
I will.
All right.
You have a good weekend.
I will. Do a shout. Uncle Carl's online here.
Oh, hey, Uncle Carl. I haven't seen him in a while. I missed him during the last get-together. So I need to pay him a visit.
We all could use some backyard time, if you know what I mean. 6:55, Dave. We'll talk to you pretty soon. 888-8255-888-TALK. And is Hal all the time now, right? Hal Nguyen is just the man of the media. Can't go a couple of days without picking him up on a newscast or hearing him talk or seeing what we've got in a newspaper. Oyal ran into him again, and he is suggesting that we limit social gathering for now. I love this quote. From Dr. Nguyen. We need to forget about the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. Both of them will transmit the virus. The only difference is the unvaccinated population will have a higher risk of ending up in the hospital, says Dr. Nguyen, who recently stepped down. He openly opposed the governor's vaccination mandate and the restrictions of movement on people who have not been vaccinated. And then it goes on to some of what we were talking about yesterday. But I love this common sense thing. We got to stop drawing a line down the community, enforcing businesses to draw a line down the community that says, well, you can't come in here unless you're vaccinated. You can't work here unless you're vaccinated. Hal says that ain't the right way to do it. We need to forget about the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. And the cool thing is there's an actual tribute to Dr. Nguyen in the editorial pages of today's Guam Daily Post.
Nice.
You know, it's like eulogizing the guy while he's still alive. It's awesome. Hey, do one on me next time. Could you do one on me? Come on, you guys. Well, let me see if I can find some of this here in the midst of all of the big stories that are out there. I'm probably not going to be able to do it now, but I'll get it on the other side of the news. Now, there's a couple of things that I think are going to be interesting for us in next week. I know you're going, but Ray, it's still this week. It's still just Friday. What are you pitching towards next week for? Because next week is going to be a week of excitement over at the 36th Guam Legislature. May I tell you why? I take that as a yes. Bill number 180 is going to get a public hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy Moylan and Frank Bloss are going to get public hearings on a couple of their measures. Bill 180, an act relative to the enforcement of orders related to citations, fines, and mandatory vaccines established by the governor of Guam during a public health emergency. That's Bill 180. Bill 176 is going to get a hearing as well relative to vaccination and treatment during a declared state of public health emergency. We've talked with these guys, both of them, about the nuts and bolts of the legislation. But next week, we'll get with them for sure and talk about that a little bit more, because now they're going to get public hearings, and maybe that will be cause for people over at Adelup to do, I don't know, maybe just a little bit of twitching. And then, but that's not the only exciting thing happening next week over at the 36th Guam Legislature. You know what is going to be personally exciting for me? There's going to be a oversight hearing on the Department of Public Health and Social Services, what we like to refer to as the Department of Public Harassment and Secret Service.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe there are going to be some people over at the legislature that said, okay, how much did we spend on hats and clipboards and jackets? Are you guys still using that? Are there still any of those DEH guys that are going out there and will they be checking all of the restaurants starting next week for vaccinated members? So you go into a restaurant and you sit at your table, and here comes a guy, DEH hat, DEH jacket, says, let me see your papers. You know, like a ticket taker on a train. Do you actually have your vaccine paperwork, or did you just sneak in the back way? Did you climb in through the bathroom window? Is that how you got in here? Let me see your paperwork. And if your paperwork is out of line, trouble for you, trouble for whatever restaurant that you're going to be dining in. Is that where we're going to be headed? And then I suppose the other part of this is what else is happening with the world of the Department of Division of Environmental Health. Are they still actually going after restaurants and bar facilities that have cockroaches in the kitchen and bacteria all over the place? Is that part of the day job of public health still being seen too? That'll be interesting to find out from the guys over at the 36th Guam Legislature as they embark on a oversight hearing on public health. 6:59 and change. We got a lot to talk about in the next couple of hours and a lot of people to talk about. If you were in business, there is a survey I haven't taken a look at it yet. I know that it's out there because Mary Rhodes sent me a link so that I might be able to fill out the survey. We'll see what it says, and maybe it's information that you've got that can empower her to, I don't know, talk some sense into that woman. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. The radio station's KUSG Aganya. Let's find out what's happening in Kabul with Fox News Live.
Alert. A deadly day in Afghanistan. I'm Lisa Brady. President Biden expected to address the nation at this hour after 2 suicide bombings near the Kabul airport killed at least 11 Marines and a Navy medic amid a mass evacuation.
U.S. Central Command Commander General Kenneth McKenzie Jr. says the mission will continue to evacuate people. That so far 104,000 people in all have been evacuated.
If we can find who's associated with this, we will go after them. We've been clear all along that we're going to retain the right to operate against ISIS in Afghanistan. And we are working very hard right now to determine attribution, to determine who is associated with this cowardly attack. And we're prepared to take action against them.
He said they assessed the attackers to be ISIS fighters, and ISIS did claim responsibility through their Telegram account. McKenzie says the U.S. is coordinating with the Taliban to continue getting people through to the airport as the threat of attacks continues. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
There had been reports of another explosion, perhaps further away from the airport. A Taliban spokesman is claiming that was the U.S. military destroying ammunition, but no confirmation of that from the Pentagon. Here at home, a new tropical threat for the Gulf as a newly formed depression moves through the Caribbean.
This new storm is certainly going to affect the U.S. mainland and a spot that is known for enduring damaging tropical weather.
We're confident it's going to be striking the northern Gulf Coast, but it's way too early to tell exactly where.
Dennis Felkin with the National Hurricane Center says the forecast track will change over time, but not drastically, and there is potential for the cyclone to reach major hurricane status.
So anybody who is in that cone, roughly from Houston all the way over to Mobile, Alabama, obviously they should have their hurricane supplies and hurricane plan in place.
In Broward County, Florida, Eben Brown, Fox News.
Some oil platform evacuations already being planned. America is listening to Fox News.
Business owners looking to expand, looking for an opportunity to give your business, looking to give your business a chance to succeed. There's a commercial space for rent at the DNA building in Aganya. This is a 10-story building with 24-hour security guards, maintenance, and custodial staff. A fitness center, close proximity to the Superior Court of Guam, Aganya Post Office, and several banks. Call DNA Incorporated for more information. Telephone 477-9053 or 9054 or email dnainc.guam@gmail.com.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
7 Capitol police officers attacked during the Capitol riot are suing former President Trump, his allies, and members of 2 far-right groups, accusing them of violating federal law and committing acts of domestic terrorism. 2 similar cases have been filed in recent months by Democratic members of Congress. Facebook may be looking to create an independent election commission.
The New York Times reports Facebook is considering the creation of a board to advise the company on issues related to global elections. According to the report, Facebook is starting preliminary research, reaching out to policy experts and academics, and may announce the effort ahead of the midterm elections. Facebook has yet to respond. Similar to its oversight board, the commission would reportedly let Facebook sidestep ownership of controversial decisions, allowing the independent panel to make calls on content moderation appeals related to election misinformation and political ads. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Federal health officials issue a salmonella warning after a second outbreak linked to certain deli-style meats.
The CDC, U.S. Department of Agriculture, and other regulatory agencies are flagging salami, prosciutto, and other meats in trying to determine brand names of contaminated products, following 2 salmonella outbreaks that we're told have been traced back to Italian-style meats.
Fox's Jeff Manasso, at least 36 illnesses reported in 17 states in the second outbreak. outbreak, with 12 people hospitalized. The minimum age to get married is now 16 in North Carolina, where it had been 14. State lawmakers voting to change it after nearby states had raised their age requirements, making North Carolina a destination for out-of-state couples with one person underage. The law signed by Governor Cooper today requires a parent's permission or judge's approval for a 16 or 17-year-old to wed, and the difference between the youth and their spouse can't be more than 4 years. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
This is Congressman St. Nicholas. Your congressional office would like to remind you that pandemic unemployment assistance is set to expire on September 6th of this year. We encourage the people of Guam to seek out active employment as much as possible, as jobs continue to remain limited, and we want to prevent hardship for our people at the conclusion of the PUA program. Thank you, and see to us, Mahase.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Oh, what's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger licking good.
Looking to furnish your home? Furniture Cathy Style offers a wide variety of beautiful quality home furnishings at affordable prices. Find the best deals with mattresses starting at $169, sofas as low as $699, bed frames starting at $399, and dining sets starting at $499. Schedule a free design consultation and let us help you create a home you love. Follow us on social media, visit our website at FurnitureCathyStyle.com, or call us at 300-9590 for more information. Shop with us today.
Half a day, it's 7:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point, where the car score is at 25.2 this morning after 108 people were tested positive with COVID-19. This is out of 1,349 people who showed up to get tested the day before yesterday. The Joint Information Center reported a total of 9,867 officially reported cases on Guam. 28 people in the hospital this morning, with 5 in ICU and 1 on a ventilator. Now, the new cases also include 10 from the Department of Education, their students, 5 employees, and 4 Catholic school kids and a Santa Barbara churchgoer. All of the schools remain open this morning, and Public Health is working with each of the schools to determine close contacts. Those close contacts will be notified directly. Those individuals who did test positive will have to remain in quarantine until they're cleared by Public Health. Meanwhile, the vaccination clinics continue today at the Micronesia Mall, and that's going to run from 11 until 6 p.m. And then tomorrow, also today, the Northern Regional Community Health Center is open for vaccination. You can show up to that at beginning at 1 until 4 this afternoon. Also tomorrow at the University of Guam, that remains open at the School of Business. It's a drive-through vaccination primarily for Department or GovGuam employees. Also, the testing continues over at the Teeds and Carnival grounds, and that runs from 8 o'clock until noon. The daily testing will run through August 28th. That's tomorrow. And is open for cars to drive through. No more than 4 people per vehicle is what they're putting out. Elsewhere in the news, the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association is reaching out to its stakeholders today to get some feedback on the governor's executive orders that was put out. They most recently want some feedback on the most recent executive order. That's causing quite a stir in the community. GHRA hoping to get some feedback by September 1st. The order that the governor issued last week, Friday, requires bars, restaurants, gyms, and like businesses where mask wearing is compromised to limit access to unvaccinated customers. The GHRA is hoping to get some feedback as to how these executive orders have impacted businesses. We'll have more news right after this.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Supreme Court justices continue to weigh the appeal in the case of convicted murderer Brandon Michael Acosta, who was found guilty in the murder of 15-year-old Tamika Nauta. Acosta appealing the conviction in the High Court with arguments heard yesterday. The Guam Daily Post is reporting defense attorney Randy Cunliffe has argued that the case should be sent back to the lower court. Acosta was a neighbor of the victim and was high on meth when he murdered and raped the girl. Meanwhile, the Post also reports 57-year-old Juan Fasao Mendiola has claimed self-defense in the murder of Peter Rios Jr. last year. Mendiola was charged with murder and other charges related to the 2020 shooting death at a Mongmong apartment. Mendiola allegedly told police that Rios lunged at him with a knife when he pulled the trigger. Also, a man convicted for jury tampering in the large drug case involving Ray Martinez and his wife will spend 6 months behind bars. William Tapastim Matanonya pleaded guilty to his part in attempting to influence a jury in the drug case. The jury trial was declared a mistrial. A judicial recommendation was made to have William Matanonya serve his prison sentence on Guam. His brother, John Boom Matanonya, continues to wait for his case to go to trial in the federal court. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
I'll get around to the weather here, but you had mentioned GHRA has got this survey that they've got coming out. It's out, actually, on Executive Order 2021-20. How does this impact your business? Half-a-day members, GHRA would like to know how this new mandate impacts your businesses. GHRA will only share this information as examples without identity of the establishments. Please answer the questions below. How many employees does your company have? Please indicate your industry classification below. What are we going to put down for this, Rojos? Adult entertainment?
Of course.
Thank you. What percentage of your employees are fully vaccinated? It's an interesting question, isn't it? And you know what? I don't know.
1%.
I don't know. It's more than one.
0.001.
But there are not that many of us around here. So Mana would account for about 10% of Mana, and one other person would account for about 10 or 11% of what we've got. So that's one of the questions. What percentage of your employees are fully vaccinated? The fact of the matter is, I don't think it's my right as an employer to ask them any of their pertinent health questions. What percentage of your employees are unvaccinated due to exemptions, and what percentage of your employees remain unvaccinated but are otherwise eligible for it? How has this executive order made an impact on your business? Check all that apply. And here's a couple on this one. Termination of employees. Rescheduling unvaxxed employees due to weekly testing, freezing on any new hire opportunities. I clicked on that. Increase of wait staff, checking for proof of vaccination, handling non-compliant customers puts a burden on the staff, unclear training for checking proof of vaccination, and there has been no significant impact on operations. And there's an other if you want to as well. How has this Executive Order 2021 made a financial impact on your business? And again, check all that apply. Decline in sales revenue due to vaccine mandates. Increase in sales revenue due to vaccine mandates. Whose numbers are up as a result of vaccine mandates? Mary, when this comes out, I'd love to know. Is there even Jerry Roberts looking at that going, what? Somebody's sales have gone up because of vaccine mandates? Hey, if you put up a big sign in the front of your store that says that only vaccinated people are allowed on the inside, there are some folks that will feel more comfortable going inside because they know that they're vaccinated and everybody on the inside of the place is vaccinated against COVID-19. Does your level of comfort go up when you see that kind of thing? I think Jay Ariola posted that on Facebook yesterday, talking about sitting there and he's got a big smile on his face, talking about how comfortable he is because he knew everybody in the restaurant was vaccinated. So possible. There's cancellation of reservations, rising labor costs due to extra staff checking proof of vax, temporary closure, permanent closure, moving to takeout only, and then there's been no significant impact on sales revenue, and then an other classification. If you've had any disruptions to your business, such as cancellation of reservations or loss of sales, please quantify And it's a mandatory question, so you've got to come up with some kind of an answer, and then you submit, and that's it. That's the extent of the paperwork from the GHRA, and I think it's pretty simple, and an opportunity, I think, for Mary Rhodes to be able to put that information together, take it to the governor's office, and say this is the on the ground impact of what your executive orders are having on the business community. I don't know that such a survey might be necessary. I don't know that it's required. As we stop and think about you just know that if there's a business out there that is impacted one way or the other, that they're going to say so. It's the uncertainty of everything that I've been talking about for a while. In the last couple of months, we were of the opinion that might be able to shake this thing off and move out of here. And then there are a whole line of executive orders that come out that basically stunt all of the different plans that a number of people had for their own recovery. And I think that we're going to see that at the worst time ever, with an increase in the minimum wage next week, and the dissolution of the pandemic unemployment assistance program that had been keeping people, keeping the wolf away from the door for many families. And now all of a sudden, businesses that were thinking about hiring and putting more people in the front, in the back, are going to say, no, maybe we're just going to do this. We'll just keep it the way it was when it was 50% occupancy. We're not going to be kicking anything up. And there's supposed to be some new announcements today. Mon, is that the guidance that we're getting here? Is that there's going to be another one of these fun press conferences from the governor's office?
It actually came yesterday. Remember?
Did it?
Or the day before yesterday. She announced that she was going to make some changes.
But they didn't announce what the changes were yet.
No. But I didn't hear anything about a press conference or an announcement.
Okay, well, we'll see what we can find out today. I believe that I think I read somewhere that there could be another one of those things. So I'll take a nap, and as soon as I'm awake, I'll let Crystal know that they can go ahead and start the process so that people can see what's going on. 7:16, Jerry Roberts in the studio. We'll take a look at what happened on the markets today. Interesting day on the markets with all of them. The American markets are all down this morning. S&P 500 lost 26 points to close at 4470. The NASDAQ off almost 100 points, 14,945. Big loser on the markets are the Dow, though not the big loser by percentage, just points here. Dow Jones Industrial Average closed 192 points off, 35,213. FTSE's down by 25. The Nikkei up by just 17. Hang Seng off by 278. Shanghai's off by 38. The VIX is up by 2. I call that the misery index because it always moves opposite. On good days in the market, the misery index is down, but when the news is bad, the VIX is up. The DAX is off by about 67 points. So just a lousy day on most of the worldwide markets, and there's a lot for worldwide markets to chew on, including the continuing disaster that is Afghanistan, and another reason to hope that Biden will turn in his resignation in the next little bit, with a dozen Marines and a corpsman getting killed in a suicide attack at Kabul. Details on that in the Fox News Live, and there's supposed to be sometime, we think this hour, a statement coming out of the White House on that. Taking a look at the commodities, oil at 67.78, that's West Texas crude, and I've got 67.47 from an earlier search. Tapas, and you remember we started the week looking at Tapas numbers and a reversal where Tapas was actually cheaper than West Texas crude. That's changed now. Tapas now trading at $70.61 for a barrel. So
and it's Friday.
And it's Friday. And it's Friday. So while we saw, what was it, a 12-cent decrease in the price of fuel in the last few days, I got a sneaky sense that it might be going back up just because the crude product is going back up.
Did you catch, and maybe you've talked about it already today, what the esteemed Vice President of the United States said yesterday in terms of getting people out, getting the remaining 1,500 Americans out? Did you hear her words?
I did not. I know that she's lurking in the area. In fact, I got a note from somebody this morning.
She was someplace else, but she commented on it.
Right. Somebody sent me a note here that it is possible that Kamala Harris had stopped by Guam. I'm looking at one of these flight-aware screens or flight radar screens that was keeping track of Air Force Two. Yeah. And it looks like it might have been here earlier today.
Oh, okay. Well,
but anyway, to your point.
She said, when asked about those remaining Americans, because they're telling people not to go near the airport.
Right.
Right. All right. So the remaining Americans.
How the hell else are they going to get out?
Yeah.
There's no train station.
Uber. She said, quote, she says, we're going to do the best we can.
Oh, as long as they do the best they can. What? Yeah, I mean, really, what more can we expect?
Can you imagine?
We'll do the best we can, really?
Can you imagine John F. Kennedy saying, we'll do the best we can?
And we'll just wait out Khrushchev. We'll do the best that we can to prevent a Holocaust.
Reagan saying, we'll do the best we can? Can you just imagine?
Votes have consequences. Votes have consequences.
In other words, what they're saying is that of the 1,500 still there, they've already figured out a number that of loss that is going to be acceptable to this. Well, we did the best we could.
Well, but it's their fault, Jerry. Who told them to go to Afghanistan? Who told them to? Why did they not see when the troops were pulling out that maybe they ought to leave too? This is a strange place in our country. And as I said, Biden, I hope that Biden's comments today are, I'm unfit for leadership. I hereby resign my position and walk away again, and with his back towards the press.
And I'm taking her with me.
Well, I don't know. Can you do that? I don't know. I don't know either. But it's a real weird time.
What do you have if the two of them walk? Who do you have?
I don't know. I mean, is there any adult supervision in Washington, D.C.?
Number 3.
I know.
Yeah.
Yep.
You don't want number 3?
No, we don't want number 3. But so there's got to be somebody that can take over.
Who was the guy that years ago?
I was going to say we'll let the military run things for a while, but I don't know. I'm not crazy about Milley.
I keep forgetting about what's the guy's name that when Reagan, I think when Reagan.
I know who you're talking about.
The guy that says, I'm in control here, the chief of staff. Who was that?
Haig?
Alexander Haig,
Alexander Haig.
Yeah, something like that.
God, that's a long time ago. But even still, I mean, President Reagan, undergoing surgery. I hope your Republicans, quote is the quote as they wheeled him in. Didn't realize how sick he was, and how injured he was.
How close he came.
But yeah, a guy goes into the hospital, and even with Reagan under the knife, I mean, I don't think anybody was really concerned about the direction of the country, regardless of what was going on. Yeah. Reagan was the president of the United States of America, and we got George, the original George Bush, was the number 2 guy, and nobody would have had any problems with him stepping in and taking things over.
Nope.
It would have been something else.
I don't know.
But we are at that place here in our country's time and in our history, and in a place where I don't think our allies trust us, and I don't think our enemies fear us anymore.
No.
This will be some rugged going here. 7:21 in the morning.
What we need is courage, Ray.
Is that the beginning for today's extra point? It's got to be a good one. Got to carry people all the way through Monday.
If you give me an intro, we'll find out.
Is it time for an intro? Well, it's close enough. 7:21 in the morning. Jerry Roberts.
Unless you got something else.
Yeah, it is. Well, it is kind of early. Do I have a Bitcoin number? We haven't probed you for Bitcoin.
$47,048.
$47,048. So not crazy. Going nuts numbers. It's not in the 30s.
It's up and down 3% like every other day. And that means that people are making money because people are jumping in, putting a little money in there, they go in there, and the big guys just scarf it up.
Most of the time, the only reason why I even bring up Bitcoin is there's a guy named Rudy Magallanes, that a big listener of the program and has been for years and years and years. But anyway, so he's into all of that. But he's also got other things. Apparently, he's got a personal life and a family. And so he sent me this picture here this morning. Ray, this is my niece, Pearl Magallanes. She won the HGGHJ GA12 and under girls in Honolulu, Hawaii. The only Filipina and girl from Guam to win in Hawaii that was invited. This was in 2002. Imagine a trophy with all the names on it, including Michelle Way and my niece on it, Pearl Magallanes from Dededo, Guam.
Michelle Way's name was on that?
Michelle Way's name is on that trophy as well. It's one of those perpetual deals. So congratulations, one and all. 7:23 in the morning. So there's a big deal and the conclusion of our financial report here. And enough time to get Jerry Roberts in for today's Extra Point, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and the team over at First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes.
Today, 15 quotations, and the topic is courage. That's coming next on the Extra Point.
Technology is the great connector. It puts songs in your pocket, connects long-lost friends, and has made the world easier, faster, and smarter. And now, First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app can help you do the same with your money. Whether you want real-time financial tracking with MoneyMap or tailored advice on your personal finances with daily insights, we're giving you the power to connect to your finances from anywhere, like never before. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
A homeowner's policy protects much more than just your house. It also protects you against claims from someone being hurt on your property. If a visitor is injured at your place, how much are you covered for? The smart thing to do is get the answer today.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
Number 1, the opposite for courage is not cowardice. It is conformity. Even a dead fish can go with the flow. Author Jim Hightower. Number 2, success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. English Prime Minister Winston Churchill. Aristotle said courage is the first of human qualities because it is the quality which guarantees all the others. Number 4, use your fear. It can take you to the place where you store your courage. Aviator Amelia Earhart. Author T.S. Eliot said only those who will risk going too far can possibly find out how far one can go. New York Yankees slugger Babe Ruth said this: never let the fear of striking out get in your way. The only thing I think about the Bambino is those 714 home runs, not the 2,300 strikeouts. Number 7, courage is contagious. When a brave man takes a stand, the spines of others are often stiffened. Evangelist Billy Graham. Number 8, life shrinks or expands in proportion to one's courage. French-Cuban novelist Anais Nin. Inventor Henry Ford said this: one of the greatest discoveries a man makes, one of his great surprises, is to find he can do what he was afraid he couldn't do. Faith is taking the first step, even when you don't see the whole staircase. Civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. President Ronald Reagan said, there are no easy answers, but there are simple answers. We must have the courage to do what we know is morally right. And when, at some future date, the High Court of History sits in judgment on each of us, recording whether in our brief span of service we fulfilled our responsibilities to the state, our success or failure, in whatever office we hold, will be measured by the answers to 4 questions. First, were we truly men and women of courage? Second, were we truly men and women of judgment? Third, were we truly men and women of integrity? Finally, were we truly men and women of dedication? President John F. Kennedy. News reporter Elmer Davis said this nation will remain the land of the free only so long as it is the home of the brave. Songwriter Bob Dylan. I think of a hero as someone who understands the degree of responsibility that comes with his freedom. And author Ray Bradbury said this, number 15, you've got to jump off cliffs and build your wings on the way down. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
And of course, mine is courage is always rewarded. It's the simple one. It's easy to remember, and just put it in your head the next time you're confronted with something. I love Quotes Friday. I love that. Those are great ways to get the weekend started. So we got that couple of people on the YouTube Live where comments are enabled here this morning. Island Smooth says, well, Biden's foreign policy is negotiating with terrorists and knocking on wood. Patricia, we were talking about the survey from GHRA. Patricia saying, how about a survey of mental stress of the people, anguish, anxiety, hostility in people these days? I mentioned a couple of times already. Somebody jumped me on Facebook, and it's somebody that you and I have known for something like 40, 45 years. And I'm just, I'm not going to get into a Facebook flame war with the guy, so I just unfriended him. And it's simple like that, and that comes out of my response to what I considered his open hostility to me and my opinions, and so I think that there might be a whole lot of that kind of thing going around. You take a look at the if you can see them on a regular basis, is the magistrate reports that come out of the governor the courts, and yeah, we're going to get guys that get pulled over that have got meth in the car, and we got other guys that are breaking into cars and thieving at the gas stations. violence. Thank God they've gotten a suspect in that case. But all of the rest of them are domestic cases where people are just at each other's throats all the time. And I think some of that is because of the uncertainty and the anxiety that we've got these days. Michael in Guam says, this reminds me of the Carter administration, but with less respect for the leader. Absolutely. We got Island Smooth. Do you really think the State Department is not underreporting the American numbers for PR purposes in the Howard experiences? YouTubers taking names and kicking butts. We are the resistance. I appreciate that. It's a very courageous stand that you're taking there, Howard. But those are some of the commentaries that we're getting from people talking about what is going on out in Afghanistan these days and what that says about where we are. And as I've said, and I just do this to trigger the vaccinated evangelists out there, is this whole thing. This Afghanistan is brought to you by the same people. The COVID-19 response is brought to you by the same people that are bringing us Afghanistan. And if one is a major disaster, what makes you think the other one isn't going to be a major disaster as well? Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point today here on a Friday morning. And I hope that was a good one to keep you going. Montecillo Tyrant has got the 7:30 news we're about to launch into, being brought to you by Lolita Cammett of RE/MAX Diamond Realty for all of your real estate needs. She's waiting on you. 688-6743. That's 688-6743. Got bugs in the house? You want them out of the house? How about the ones outside the house? You want to chase them to the neighbor's house. And to do that, you call Ken and Karen over at Top End Pest Control, 487-5657. And we'd also, if we get around to talking about the things over at Burger King, they got a French toast breakfast sandwich, sausage, bacon, or ham, and a sweet buttery maple sauce. And normally I'd spend a lot of time talking about that in this place, but I saw a picture of something else that they're selling over at Burger King these days. And it's got my attention, and I'm going to shill here, because I know Rudy Rodolfo is listening. I'm going to make a point that there's members here of Morning Show on 93.3 The Point that haven't had anything to eat and would love to sample your garlic bacon king. Jerry will take the garlic bacon king in Impossible Impossible Whopper format, and the rest of us will get that with expensive ground beef. So if there's some extra on the grill here this afternoon, you bring them by the radio station. We'll be happy to scarf those things down. It's 7:31 and time for Montecillo Tyrant to bring you the 7:30 news. Hop on.
Well, there hasn't been any change yet to the governor's executive policies related to COVID-19, but she could possibly call a press conference today. She did say that she is monitoring the recent rise in COVID cases, and modification to her policies will be forthcoming. Meanwhile, the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association putting out a survey trying to get some feedback from their stakeholders on the most recent executive order that's been causing quite a stir in the community. The order requires bars, restaurants, gyms, and like businesses to limit access to unvaccinated customers. The GHRA put out the survey and is hoping for some feedback by September 1st. Meanwhile, the CAR score this morning is at 25.2 after 108 new cases were recorded. That's after 1,349 people turned out to get tested. The Joint Information Center says there are now 930 people in active isolation, 28 in the hospital, 5 in ICU with 1 on a ventilator. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
I got you. 7:32 in the morning. That's Beyond the Box time. Beyond the Box in the Micronesia Mall Center Court, right beside GameStop, and they've got everything that you need for your digital life. Accessories like headphones and speakers, all the cables, adapters, iPhone cases, gimbals, and even little things to put those expensive Apple Pencils into so you don't lose them. Find them at Beyond the Box. They got you covered. Call 888-8269 or 888-8-BUCKS.
Here at Guam Auto Spot, we have the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars. Like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage, as low as $127 per paycheck, 0 down. Or this 2021 Buick Encore, as low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down for 72 months. Call 478-AUTO to schedule a test drive or get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com.
Becoming a homeowner can be a scary process, but it doesn't have to be, especially if you have the right guidance. Break through your fears and go to a real estate professional that will ensure a higher chance of success. That person is Lolita Cammett of RE/MAX Diamond Realty. Lolita also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. Don't be afraid. Call Lolita Cammett from RE/MAX Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Portions of the program brought to you by Take Care with their high-quality health plans and services supported by a global network of providers. Pretty words. Let's put those into a form that you can touch and see and understand. Tomorrow, Micronesia Mall, over in the what used to be the dollar store, is where Take Care has got something like a weekly health fair. So they can do all kinds of stuff, take your temperatures and find out what sugar levels are and all of that kind of thing. But also introduce you to some of the great health plans and services and tell you a little bit more about their global network of providers. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified. Serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
Hi. 7:34, Ray Gibson Show. And I don't know what's going on there. Do me a favor. If you are southbound Marine Corps Drive, anywhere between, say, Chamorro Village and the governor's office, what's going on down there? Got a lot of red lines in traffic. Again, it looks like it's affecting southbound traffic in the area, and not sure what it is. If there's an accident, or maybe it's a speed trap, or maybe there's
they did have construction there yesterday along the beach side.
Yes, some road work.
Do you think it's moving up?
It actually looked like it was going southbound yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's it.
Well, I know that there's some in the northbound lanes over by the GCIC building and Moses, et cetera. A little bit of traffic over in the intersections of 1 and 4 Marine Corps Drive is looking kind of ugly getting in there. The usual spots on Route 8 are running busy. The usual spots on Route 4 running busy. Going northbound Marine Corps Drive, you can see some traffic over at the intersection of 1 and 16 and Marine Corps Drive and the intersection of Route 3 by GRMC. And the usual spots on Marine Corps Drive further north than that. Why Sang Song Ipow? It's all running a little bit busy here on the Route 10 and Route 15 side. Wow, it's kind of ugly from Route 15 all the way over to Ladera Towers and maybe north, a little bit north of that towards the utility campus. Maybe expect some traffic through there. And 4 and 10 running a little bit busy as well. Busy morning out there on all the roadways. Drive to the conditions and try to arrive alive at 7:35.
Burger King's got a breakfast classic made for a king. French toast sandwiches are back with sweet French toast and your choice of sausage, bacon, or ham, plus our new buttery maple spread. Top this off with our crispy hash browns and a hot brewed cafe. Treat yourself like the king you are for breakfast with the French toast sandwich. Served every day during breakfast hours, 6:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. Please wear your mask and practice social distancing. Your way better. BK Tumon Bay, Hagåtña, and the Micronesia Mall.
Michelob Ultra presents the GSPN Imas Met Good competition. Guam's strongest man and strongest woman will be determined Saturday, September 11th at the Paseo Grounds. Come watch our island's strongest compete in the Triple J Truck Pull, the Paradise Fitness Clean and Jerk, CTD and Pacific Tire Tire Flip, the IT&E Wheelbarrow Course, the Guam Army National Guard's Warrior Walk, and the Isla Imports Mini Truck Lift. There'll be a beer garden and food truck, so leave your chow and drinks at home. Who will be Guam's strongest man and strongest woman? Find out Saturday, September 11th.
Great, thank you very much. Guam Auto Spot with the best selection in Buicks, GMCs, Mitsubishis. They got the golf carts and used cars. Some we want you to look at, the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage, just $127 a paycheck, 0 down. Call 478 Auto or take a test drive or get pre-approved. Visit online at guamautospot.com. What? No, say it isn't so. I just got a note from a piece of beautiful hotness in the west coast of the United States of America, listening to the news and hearing about, more restrictions and all of this stuff that might be popping up, going, okay, well, there goes my trip to Guam. Wow, that's going to suck. That's going to suck.
Yeah.
She's not coming. And I'm wondering, who else isn't coming? Who else are we, we're thinking about trying to get to Guam for Airbnb and doing all this other stuff, and they're going to go, oh, great, we can go to Guam, but when we get there, we can't do anything. And I know what you're saying, but Ray, come on, the Delta, there's the Delta, Raymond. The folks over at the hospital say they got a pretty good handle on everything. I'm looking at the numbers. Looks like maybe a couple of people were released. What are we down to? 28 people in the hospital today? Yes. And there were 31, 32 yesterday. And as far as I know, nobody died between yesterday and today. So I would presume that maybe a couple of people got their ivermectin or whatever, bee pollen or whatever it is, and were able to get out. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number around here at the radio station. What have we got here? U.S. officials in Afghanistan gave the Taliban a list of Americans and Afghans to evacuate. The plan was to enable the expediting of Americans and Afghan allies from Afghanistan, but a Defense Department official speaking on condition of anonymity said to Politico that basically they just put all those Afghans on a kill list. It's just appalling and shocking and makes you feel unclean. Another in the missteps in Afghanistan that we're going to learn more about as the program continues and we jump into Fox News Live before too much longer. Now, you might be going, come on, Ray, this is supposed to be a No Frowning Face Friday. Surely, Ray, you've got a story that will make Guam feel good. I do. I do have a story that should make Guam feel good. And the beginning of the story starts off with a picture of the infinity pool over at the Reef Hotel. Isn't that gorgeous?
Nice, yeah.
Yeah. I remember the last time. In fact, this might be the only time I've ever seen a picture of the infinity pool over at the Reef Hotel where it was empty.
Oh, wow.
Because there's always been people in it. There's always been people.
Not a ripple.
You know why there's no people in it now? Because nobody's coming to Guam to stay at the Reef Hotel. Not even the staycation, I don't think. I think all the staycation money ran out a couple of weeks back. But here's the story from, are you ready for this? The New York Times has written a story about Guam in this remote American outpost. It's not that remote. My God. This from somebody I guess if you're writing this in New York, Guam in this part of the world might be remote. But in terms of, let's say, Japan, Australia, Korea, Vietnam, the Philippines, Guam is anything but remote. American Asia, as Carl Gutierrez always said, tourism-dependent Guam has done almost everything it can to restart its economy. Its Asian neighbors may have to bounce back first. That is kind of the telling step. Perched steps away from the prismatic seas off Guam's western shore, a water sports shop sat shuttered on a recent weekend morning, its rack of neon kayaks and a fleet of jet skis collecting fallen leaves. God, it's like poetry. You got pretty mouth. Down an Oceanside Road in the tourist district of Tumon, the gift shop at the Hyatt Regency displayed its beach floaties and fidget spinners in total darkness. Nearby, a shopping plaza adorned with miniaturized street lamps had just one guest. A stray dog sunbathing in the tropical heat. Worn posters on its walls advertised a TV series that premiered last year. The hustle and bustle here has just evaporated, said Madeline Cosico, the Hyatt's Director of Sales and Marketing. While much of the United States has returned to something resembling life before the coronavirus, the tiny American territory of Guam, we're always a tiny American territory, right? Now, in remote outpost is the other colorful language, is stuck in time. A year and a half into the pandemic, the island's tourism-dependent economy remains paralyzed, and officials say a full recovery is probably years away. There's more good news, isn't it? Hey, but there's the inside shot of the Hyatt. It should make you feel better. The South Korean and Japanese visitors who once thronged Guam for its year-round sun and luxury boutiques are long gone, and with their home countries now in the throes of their worst COVID outbreaks, they ain't coming back anytime soon. The island's economy shrank by up to 18.9% in 2020. Okay, Ray's insert here. People that worked in the government of Guam didn't feel it shrink by 18.9%. They kept getting paid. Would have contracted as much as 49% without federal pandemic aid, according to estimates by economists at the University of Guam. Recovery, the island's leaders believe, starts with vaccination. Its population of 170,000 met the government's goal of an 80% vaccination rate amongst adults by July. And it also has kept mask mandates, and compliance is nearly universal. Most businesses ask customers to record their contact info, and even small hotel elevators have markings on the floor for social distancing. But none of that seemed to make any difference over at Antelope. Yeah, we hit that mark, vaccination metric, but it hasn't really made all that many changes. And in fact, the restrictions are probably going to be more forthcoming. 7:43, we'll turn to the article a little bit later on. In the meantime, is that my cousin?
Yes, it
on
is.
the phone.
Cousin
It is.
Troy.
Hey, Mana, Cousin Troy.
Good morning, my most favorite beautiful cousin in the world.
Good morning, my favorite, most beautiful cousin in the whole wide world. Good morning, Prim.
You know, guys, it works like this. You gotta maintain the same level of energy that we start with on Monday. You gotta finish the week with. Come on. Energy, people, energy.
Good morning, my most favorite, most beautiful cousin in the whole wide world.
There we go.
Good morning, my most favorite and most beautiful cousin in the whole wide world.
My God, you'd think it was a chore just to survive a week until Friday.
I'm just feeling a little slurry. I'm ready for the weekend.
Yeah, I get that. 7:43 in the morning. Avakazi, you were up late last night with Felix and Frank and his wife Sarah,
and Ken Leon Guerrero. We had a second show right after our show with the Cranks and with Dr. Cabrera.
You know, as much time as the other governor, Ken Leon Guerrero, is spending on media these days, you might think he might be running for senator again.
Well, I hope he does. We need honest and courageous voices in the legislature.
I'm looking forward to that fight and see maybe if this time around he might be able to get support from the Republican Party under which he runs.
No, never mind that whole party. I know my prima Shelley.
No, I got to at least make the plug because I got Juan Carlos is coming in a little bit later on this morning.
Oh, hi, Juan Carlos.
No, he's not here yet, but he's going to be in a little bit later on, and I think that it needs to be one of the questions that we start talking about. There are 365 days until the primary election, the next primary election on Guam. 365 days. We're within a year of that new election, and I think if you've got any designs on running, you better start doing it now. I think there's a number of people over at the 36 Guam legislature who are really in trouble. In fact, today's program is dedicated to the Cinco de Psycho over at the 36th Guam legislature who whiffed an opportunity to express the independence of the second branch of government, but instead appear to be just rubber stamping the policies that come out of Adelup.
Well, let's take a gander, just a quick whiff of what the political parties have done for the political system on Guam. The Democratic Party tried to banish their most popular member, Michael Nicholas, because he wouldn't sign a piece of paper.
Right.
And the Republican Party nominated Ray Tenorio. I mean, come on, Case.
So what do we do about creating? And I know that this is right up Ken's alley here. What do we do about creating an independent party? And I'm not talking about a third branch of government. I'm just talking about an opportunity for people who do not identify as Republicans or Democrats, rather liberal and conservative or libertarian, and don't necessarily want to do things the way the parties instruct them to do, and just kind of want to be on their own. It seems to me that there's a lot of hurdles in front of them in order to even get their name on a ballot, and then the machinations over at the Election Commission on how to put together a three-sided ballot for the primary election that would include the Republicans, Democrats, and Independents.
You know, I used to be a card-carrying member of the Republican Party. Well, actually, I was the secretary for a couple of terms for the Republican. And from what I see and from what I understand from people inside the party, there is a sincere effort to reform and to embrace. And so, maybe the future that you're talking about would be within the Guam Republican Party. We'll see.
I don't know. I'm not going to hold my breath. My thinking is that the 2022 elections that are going to be coming up on the Republican side are probably going to feel kind of like the beauty contest that they've had in the past.
Like the
what?
No,
what?
I don't.
And Ray and Tony were the prettiest ones that they could come up with a couple of years ago. You remember?
I was going to say beauty contest. I mean, you want to add in a stolen coach first, or a couple.
Well, that's why we need to be on the air together between now and the election, so that we can remind people about all of these terrible mistakes and missteps that have been taken by both parties. I think it's important that people are reminded as they go to the polls, whether they are going early or late, on how many opportunities that we have had to put together a logical and cohesive response to COVID-19 and a downturn in the economy that that yeah, I'm not going to say that it was preventable given the worldwide nature of the downturns of the worldwide economy, but our response to that here on Guam and the steps that are being taken, I think in the last week, that have done nothing but deal out uncertainty to people in the business community that would have loved to have hired as many people as possible because they were at 100% occupancy and they needed to do sales as much as they possibly could, get more butts in chairs and get more people into stores. And now all of a sudden we don't know today. They're supposed to be, we hear, and maybe you've heard something, cousin. There's supposed to be another pronouncement coming out of the governor's office. What do you suppose that's going to be?
So Dr. Cabrera did hint at that. Well, actually, he did more than hint at it last night. He said that there will be a new round of restrictions coming, and it will be in the form of limitations on social gatherings, or I think limitations on what do you call that one? The number of people who can go into certain types of
sure occupancy. Yeah, so they're going to say that me and my friends, it's got to be me and 24 of my friends, and they're going to say that the restaurants are probably going to go back to what, 50% occupancy, 75.
He didn't give a number, but you know what we asked him was.
Did he say that? Did he mention whether or not the unvaccinated were still going to be bullied?
That's what. So that was the whole thing of last night's discussion, because everything he was saying was leading toward that whole, curbing of occupancy. And you know what? In all fairness, Tim, that made sense, except that get rid of that patron mandate or that vaccinated patron mandate. Swap it out, and I think that would make sense to more people, and it would cause less of a divide on this island.
Well, I think the damage is already done because we've got a number of people and more people of prominence. Lawyer Jay Areola last night on Facebook talking about how comfortable he was at his dining location because he knew that he and everybody else in the building were unvaccinated. So you roll backwards on that. Then the vaccinated are going to say, but I like being able to go into the restaurant knowing that everybody was. Now I'm not going to go eat in the restaurants because now I don't trust that everybody's vaccinated. I think the damage has already been done. I think there's just so much anxiety and head spinning around here that people aren't going to know what to think.
And so for my lowly perch in the private sector, the instability in the economy is a big deal to us at Candid as a business. I can imagine for a business like a bar or a restaurant or a retail store, it's even worse, the instability or the uncertainty, especially over the past 2 weeks. So last night, after the shows, my boyfriend and I went to a restaurant. I won't say which one, but the manager on duty, we got to talking about the show and the cranks and what Dr. Cabrera was saying. And he said, on Monday after the governor came out with that order, we had to throw away $1,000 worth of food. The staff tried to buy as much as they could, but it's not easy for them to purchase all that food. And it's good food. Like, I'll tell you the place off the record. But it was, and so I mean that's just one restaurant that in over one pronouncement that happened on a Friday, just the following Monday they had to waste $1,000 worth of food, and it's a small business, and so it's just a terrible thing that's happening. The instability, as far as
well, that's okay. You know what? She was a bank president, obviously, and knows more about business than you and I.
This is my island, Ray.
I'm just saying, who are we? Who are we, really?
But the point's not lost on, and I don't think it's lost on reasonable people that there is a hospitalization concern, and there are hardworking people in the hospital and all of the 3 hospitals who are getting a little taxed by the increasing numbers of people going to the hospital. So the crank asked about that. Asked Dr. Cabrera, who are these people? Not their names, but, are they, what's the deal with the vaccination status? And because Dr. Cabrera admitted that even if you're vaccinated, you can still get the virus, you can still get sick. So what Dr. Cabrera said was that the chances of you getting sick are lower. And then we also asked about the transmissibility. I don't know if I'm getting that right.
No, you got it.
But he said if you're vaccinated, you're 3 times less likely to transmit the virus than if you were not vaccinated. And it was the first time I'd ever heard that. And I don't know.
But I've heard the opposite. I've seen the opposite actually in printed news and online from even among the mainstream drive-by media that are saying that vaccinated people can harbor just as many of the infectious parts of COVID-19 and the Delta variant in their nostrils. So I don't know. I don't know if quote science is settled on all of that stuff. We'll watch and see what happens over the next couple of days and in the coming hours. My understanding is that there is going to be another protest this afternoon?
I don't know, but I wanted to address something that you've been talking about a lot, and it was something that we Dr. Fred, and it was the moving goalpost. So you did ask me to ask him about whatever happened to that prediction about the number of people who would die last year, and so his answer to that was that it didn't happen because of the interventions that the government took to stop that from happening, and then he talked about Operation Liberate Guam and herd immunity. So the cranks asked, so what's up with herd immunity? And he said it still exists. There is still this concept of herd immunity, but it's much higher than 80% now with the Delta variant. And then I know that you've been talking about the moving goalposts a lot.
Right. So 80% for that. That was for the old COVID-19. With the new and improved COVID-19, the herd immunity is a higher number than 80.
That's what he said. He said it's in the 90s. He believes.
Did anybody ask him, and I'm calling BS, but did anybody ask the question, what does, quote, victory over this invisible enemy look like? When are we done with this?
He said a year and a half from now is what the smartest people in the U.S. scientific community are saying. And so I gawked at that. I couldn't help myself. I was like, what?
Yeah. If he's under the impression that we're going to live like slaves for another year and a half, I think he's out of his mind.
So that was the main thing was, and so as real as I could have been with him about where I was coming from personally was, hey, I talked to my doctor, and my doctor said get the vaccine, so I got the vaccine.
Right.
But if I didn't get the vaccine, and someone told me that I had to do it, I wouldn't feel right about that. And I already don't feel right about having to present a medical record of mine at an establishment that I enter. I don't care about the constitutionality of it or whatever. I was just raised. I don't
concur. Yeah, wait. Don't here, cousin Troy. We're from a village. The language is don't tell me what to do. Are you wait, you're going to tell me that I have to do something, or you're going to bully me into submission? I don't think so. Cousin Troy, now you've got the videos up on Candid, right? People can watch the rebroadcast?
Yes. And are you going to have to excuse it? There's a lot of, so Dr. Cabrera was talking a lot about the science of things. And, that stuff, when people talk like that, I tend to sing Madonna in my head because I don't understand it. I did cut him off a couple of times.
Right.
Otherwise, you might be bored by the science stuff. Just a fair warning.
Oh no, I'm excited by the science stuff. I think that would be the interesting part of the debate. I'd love to see him in a science debate with let's get him and Macris on in a conference and see what see whose science beats what.
He said so. The important thing, because we didn't have Dr. Cabrera on just because he's a doctor. We had him on because he has political influence and public policy influence in this whole public health emergency.
Yeah, but I didn't elect him. I didn't elect that guy. I didn't. Who put him in charge? And the people over at the legislature, he's never even been confirmed, has he?
I haven't. Oh, he's in a classified position, I think.
Yeah, so there's no confirmation required by the legislature. And I'm going, wait a second. So we've got somebody that is in charge of making decisions about my life and my business, and he has not been elected. The advice and consent of the legislature wasn't even sought on something like this. But that's a conversation to take to the Cinco de Psycho over at the legislature, who've decided that whatever comes out of Adelup is going to be okay with them. Keep eating it, guys. 7:57, because I got a breakaway, I've got Adonis Mendiola who's going to give us details on the protest scheduled for this afternoon.
All righty then.
Right on. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Adonis, welcome to Line 2. Go ahead. What's the schedule?
Well, brother, it's at 4 p.m. at the Guam Congress building, a.k.a. the legislature, right across the church. Yeah. Yeah, and it's a march for freedom, man. It's a freedom march. That's what we're doing.
Okay, so where is it's marching to where, or is it just around?
Marching around
Okay.
the legislature. Yeah, yep, peaceably, peaceful, and we're looking forward to everyone and anyone who wants to stand up and stand alongside us. We've got young people coming, school kids who are in the fight for their protection and their buddies in sports.
Mm-hmm.
We have people who are both local and Filipino. We've got just great people, man, coming out.
Well, I'll tell you what, the group that showed up earlier in the week at the governor's office, a nice diverse crowd of Guamanians that all had basically the same thing in mind: is don't tread on me, guys. If I'm unvaccinated at this point, I think I've got a pretty good reason to be unvaccinated, and we don't need anybody browbeating us into this or otherwise bullying us into consent. That's not the way things work around here. In fact, it's the opposite. You are our representatives. You govern us with our consent. And I would say that the significant majority of the people that will show up this afternoon over at the legislature are prepared to withdraw their consent of being governed by some of these people. In fact, being governed by people, as I pointed out a second ago with Felix Cabrera, we didn't even vote for. There's policy decisions that are being made behind closed doors without a hint of even attention from the legislature. So I think it's fitting that you were at the legislature. There's a few people there, at least 8 that I know of, that are willing to stand up for the rights of the individual. And then you've got what we refer to as the Cinco de Psycho, the 5 people that were given an opportunity to vote on it in the last few days and passed. So I'd make a point with some specific pictures of those individuals so that they know that they're the ones that are being protested.
Well, amen. But and we're as a group that's very fitting to speak to. We are spiritually minded too. This is not us against them. We know that there are things happening on a spiritual plane in people's hearts and minds who've been locked down, who feel pent up, who feel restricted, who feel like their necks are the boots of this movement are putting on our people and choking the life out of businesses and choking the life out of homes and families and splitting them up. So if they're going to stand, they're not standing for anything but the family, the freedoms of families to live and work and interact peaceably on this island. And their spirits, the spirit of the people, are being crushed by these mandates, by the hate, by the division and the separation. And we're coming against it as a people, not a party, not an agenda, not an idea, but an inherent danger of losing our heritage. The people of Guam.
You're getting kind of preachy on me here, and I got the news, so I got to break away. Sorry about that. It's starting to get spinny. I know. I'll hear it again later. So so 4 o'clock this afternoon over at the legislature. All right. Talk to you pretty soon, Adonis.
Come on down.
Stand by. Fox News Live's already in progress.
And raging, and said Americans' hearts are breaking for our service members and diplomats. And he says he's praying for the families of these fallen Americans, their injured colleagues, and for all those in harm's way. Police in Kankakee, Illinois, say 2 people were killed and another injured during a shooting this morning near the county courthouse. Police say the 2 men who were killed were in their mid-20s, and the man who was shot has been hospitalized. Kankakee is about 60 miles south of Chicago. On Wall Street, stocks pulled lower after the bombing in Kabul. The Dow lost 192, the Nasdaq off 96 points, the S&P minus 26. America is listening to Fox News.
The UOG Endowment Foundation is hosting Community Connection, an outreach that connects the community to programs and organizations at the University of Guam. Join them at the Micronesia Mall Center Court on Saturday, August 28th from 11:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Learn more about scholarships, the G is for Giving campaign, different programs at the university, and be entertained by the Triton's Collective Dance Team. For more information, please call 735-2957 or email them at info@uogendowment.org. Biba UOG.
Chili's is pairing up premium entrees with 2-in-1 entree selections starting at $19.99. Indulge in mouth-watering combos like the sirloin and ribs combo, the ribeye and jalapeno sausage combo, or the savory sirloin and Rancho Salmon Combo. All served with delicious mashed potatoes. Dine in today and enjoy the best of both worlds flavor experience with Chili's 2-in-1 entree selections. Available for a limited time. Chili's on the second floor of the Tumon Sands Plaza. Chili's, savor the moment.
Tropical storm Ida has formed in the Caribbean. Forecasters say it could be a hurricane when it approaches western Cuba tomorrow.
This new storm is certainly going to affect the U.S. mainland and a spot that is known for enduring damaging tropical weather.
We're confident it's going to be striking the northern Gulf Coast, but it's way too early to tell exactly where.
Dennis Feltgen with the National Hurricane Center says the forecast track will change over time, but not drastically, and there is potential for the cyclone to reach major hurricane status.
So anybody who is in that cone, roughly from Houston all the way over to Mobile, Alabama, obviously they should have their hurricane supplies and hurricane plan in place.
In Broward County, Florida, Eben Brown, Fox News.
It may be harder to find a home COVID test.
Abbott Laboratories says it expects supplies of its at-home COVID-19 tests to be limited in the next few weeks. Demand for the tests has picked up with the spread of the Delta variant of COVID. Abbott is hiring workers and rebooting factory lines. It scaled back production in early June and July when demand was low, and it laid off workers in Illinois and Maine. Another test made by Lucira Health is out of stock on the company's website. A company spokesman tells the Wall Street Journal Lucira is boosting production. Demand for the tests has picked up with testing required by more schools, government offices, and employers. Ginny Cosolda, Fox News.
Jeff Bezos' space company Blue Origin has launched artwork painted on a capsule in a moon landing navigation experiment into space. No one was aboard the 10-minute flight launch from West Texas, the first since Bezos went to space a month ago. The paintings are by an artist from Ghana. They detached from the capsule when the parachutes were deployed. A company spokeswoman said that they would be recovered from the desert floor. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
For all your back-to-school needs, contact Express Financial. Express Financial is consumer lending at its very best. They also have a host of dealer service programs with quick approvals. There are 3 ways to apply: over the phone at 637-9834 or visit their office in person at 600 Harmon Loop Road across the street from Cost You Less. You can also visit their webpage and apply at myexpressfinancial.com. In most cases, you'll get your money the same day.
GovGuam employees and retirees, it's time to choose your health plan. Choose a network of more than 200 providers, including GRMC, GMH, STA, AMC, IHP, and the FHP Health Center. Choose lower copays at preferred in-network providers. Choose fitness partners, including PFC. Choose a payroll deduction as low as $2.04 biweekly. For yourself and your family, choose Take Care. Open enrollment is September 1st through the 25th. For more information, go to takecareasia.com or call 649-0468. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
What's for lunch or dinner? I recommend indulging in some delicious Olive Garden comfort food because they have so many Italian favorites to choose from. Order some of their new lunch combos or try their house-made pizzas that they proudly make daily by hand with the freshest ingredients available. Oh, don't forget to order a brownie lasagna for dessert. Olive Garden Guam is open daily. Visit them at the Tumon Sands Plaza for lunch or dinner or call them at 989-008 for more details.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Off the day, it's 8:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. The governor is yet to enact any new changes to her COVID policies, but she did say some additional restrictions are forthcoming as the number of COVID cases continue to rise, and with the most recent executive order causing quite a stir in the community, the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association has reached out to some of their stakeholders in hopes of getting some feedback on the latest EO that was mandates proof or attestation of vaccination for patrons at a number of businesses. Now, according to the order, it requires bars, restaurants, gyms, and like businesses where mask wearing is said to be compromised to now limit access to unvaccinated customers. And while the governor did reduce some of the restrictions to those to at least require a single dose of the vaccine, the GHRA has reached out to its stakeholders looking for feedback, asking their members how the executive order has impacted their business. The survey is being circulated. They're hoping for some feedback by the 1st of September. Dr. Felix Cabrera, who is a member of the governor's physician advisory group, was on with Candid News last night, and he did mention that the governor will be imposing additional restrictions that could affect occupancy numbers for businesses. It isn't known when she's going to make that change, though. Meanwhile, the CAR score is at 25.2 this morning after 108 new cases have been recorded. This latest count is out of 1,349 people who turned out to get tested. The Joint Information Center reports that a total now of 9,867 cases of COVID-19 have been confirmed on Guam, with 930 active cases in isolation, 28 people in the hospital, with 5 in ICU and just 1 on a ventilator. Now, the new cases also include 10 DOE students, 5 employees at DOE, and 4 Catholic school kids. It also points, the Archdiocese also confirms that a churchgoer at Santa Barbara Church has tested positive. Now, all of these individuals remain in isolation, and they are working with the Department of Public Health in the contact tracing. None of the schools that have been identified as having a positive COVID case have been closed for today. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go solar, and save big with Nambo Insurance. When you power up your home with solar panels, Nambo Insurance will pay up to $350 toward your power bill. With Nambo, you can enjoy great savings while going green and helping to save Guam's environment. At Nambo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit Nambo.com or call 477-9754 for details. Nambo Insurance, proudly serving Guam for over 50 years.
The Guam Daily Post is reporting that GVB is looking to expand its Airbnb program to tap into the Indonesia market. The program's seen some huge success with visitors from Taiwan who've come here for a vaccine and vacation. GVB's Vice President Jerry Perez reported to the board yesterday that they are in talks with an Indonesia company to be part of Guam's Airbnb program. Meanwhile, from the court, Supreme Court justices continue to weigh the appeal in the case of the convicted murderer Brandon Acosta, who was found guilty in the murder of 15-year-old Tamika Nauta. He's accused of killing the young girl while high on methamphetamine. The Guam Daily Post reports that his defense attorney, Randy Cunliffe, wants the case to be sent back to the lower court. Meanwhile, the Post also reports 57-year-old Juan Mendiola has claimed self-defense in the murder of Peter Rios Jr. last year. Mendiola was charged with murder and other charges related to the 2020 shooting death at the Mongmong apartment. Mendiola allegedly told police that Rios lunged at him with a knife when he pulled the trigger. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
I have to do weather again?
Yes, please. One more time.
It's nice now. I actually know people that are going to the beach right now.
Really?
Yeah. Because, it's especially it's Friday. Never too early to start in on a sunburn, and never too early to start in on a six-pack. Partly sunny with isolated showers and thunderstorms in the forecast for right now. Easterly winds up to about 15 miles an hour, and daytime highs 87 degrees with a heat index. It will feel like 96 degrees. For tonight, partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunderstorms. They got to put that in there because you just never know. Here's the weather map of the area. This is the actual satellite map of the region. Give you an idea of what it is the guys over at the National Weather Service are looking at. And it looks like right now we're in the clear. We could be in the clear for several more hours, but there's a whole lot of snot that's coming in from the east that might absolutely slam us for a day or so. Mostly cloudy in the forecast tomorrow with a 50% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Same thing on Sunday, mostly cloudy, 50% chance of showers and thunderstorms. So honestly, this could be the last bit of open sunshine you're going to get for the next couple of days. Sunrise this morning was at 6:09. Sunset tonight at 6:35. And can we keep it nice right up until about 7 o'clock, 7:30 at night? Because I really do want to get some sunset in here tonight, and I really do want to follow it up by being able to get into one of the last few restaurants that will still take my unclean, unvaccinated heathen self. That's news and weather together on The Point. It's 8:12.
Here at Guam Auto Spot, we have the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars. Like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage. As low as $127 per paycheck, 0 down. Or this 2021 Buick Encore. As low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down for 72 months. Call 478-AUTO to schedule a test drive or get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com.
Did you know that indoor air can be up to 5 times more polluted than outdoor air? Meet the world's smartest all-in-one air purification system, Aura Air. Suitable for all businesses with patented filters that disinfect the air from bacteria, viruses, mold, odors, and more. It also provides real-time monitoring for indoor and outdoor air quality, all at the convenience of a user-friendly mobile app. Get your Aura Air today by calling 688-2677. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Yes, thank you very much. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And also being brought to you by the guys over at, and the girls. The girls over at Pyology. My favorite girl is the one that takes the ball of dough and then puts it into the machine and then it presses a button and it comes down, and then pretty soon you've got this virgin circle of dough for which you now are the artist. That's the beauty of Pyology. It is the, in my mind, the ultimate in democracy. Is you are the leader. You've got the freedom to choose without the government on your neck. Sorry, I started to sound like Adonis again. But anyway, but you get to choose what sauce you want on there, what cheese you want on there, what toppings you want on there. You want to go crazy on meat. You want to just thumb your nose at the vegetarians and the vegans. Look at me, I've got this thing. It's all meat. There's nothing gluten-free about it. You can do that if you want to, or you can go completely in the other direction and get something that will make all of the the health-conscious people around you. Actually, you can get both. Can you just do me that favor? Go and get both of them, and then you can appear to be both independent and part of the crowd, that Prius crowd, with the two different versions of pizzas that you can get. Now, when you get two or more pies when you eat inside, 2 liters worth of Pepsi for you. That is a great deal. Now, the last thing about Pyology that you need to know, by the way, they're open from 11 o'clock until 9. You go in there, and you can have actual fundraiser night. So if you're like a teacher or maybe you're putting together, you just need to raise funds so you can buy poster boards and sticks for your protest group, this is the place to go and get that fundraising done over at Pyology.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
It's 8:15 o'clock in the morning, and I got a note from my buddy Simon Sanchez, and Simon writes this morning something on the order about how much he loves the show. No, it's true. It's there. I got it. There it is. I get it. Simon Sanchez says, thank you for bringing a smile to my face this morning. You are a good friend and a great man. Have a great weekend. And I told him, okay, thanks very much. Love you. And a big hug and a kiss to all the rest of the family. He says, what a great time to be a talk show host, and you do it so well. Thank you for acknowledging my passion here at the radio. I've always considered you an ally of me personally and the program. So that is absolutely delighted. Sherry wants my numbers. Hey. Hey. Now I've also got this. Wait a second, because I'm looking over the allies of the program, and I consider anybody that has sent me anything in the Facebook Live in the meme machine. I consider you allies of the program as well, including the person that sent me this picture of a happy Taliban guy enjoying ice cream in Kabul.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. He's got that look on his face, like, look at me, I'm eating ice cream just like Joe Biden. And so you got that. Now, one of the other allies of the program is a fellow named Romeo Miranda. You hear us mention him from time to time because in addition to being a big fan of the show, big listener, and somebody we love and respect, he's also a supplier of a variety of wardrobe. Jim Bigley says, oh, wow, the Ray Simon bromance is alive and well. What? Hey.
And I always say, don't feed the ego because it multiplies.
It's too late. I'm a somebody around here. And anyway, so Romeo Miranda sent over some T-shirts for us, and we can actually give some of these away. This one is my vaccination QR code. And maybe you've seen this. Now, I've actually, I think QR codes are universal. I think they work everywhere. So I actually put this thing up, and it goes to the Club Foxy website. I'm just kidding. It goes to the Club USA website. That's the way I would have done it, Romy. That's the way I totally would have done it that way.
Yours is a QR code, and then.
Oh, wait, but there's more.
There's more.
He's got a bunch of other ones here, and let me see if I can back up a little bit on this.
And
one.
I got so excited, I put mine on.
Mom is wearing hers right now.
Yeah.
Here's
I'm
another.
the only one here that can wear this.
It says the unvaccinated. And you can buy these from Romeo. You can go online right now. Just find Romeo Miranda online, or what's the store?
Buenas and Half a Day.
And say,
and he's on Facebook and Instagram.
Heard what Ray Gibson was talking about. I want to get one of those. Now, you might be some of you going, I'm okay with it. I don't like black T-shirts. So you have that in white, and he can do it. He can do that in white as well. But he can also do in tank tops. Muscle shirts, boys.
Oh, wow.
So I'm not saying I'm going to go to the protest this afternoon.
Guns
but if
out?
I go to the protest this afternoon, yeah, it's going to be guns out.
Yeah.
Me and my girly arms are going to be out there showing off. And I got the Guamunism shirt. And what I love about this is the logo. It's Guamunism. And so we got the little scrambled eggs here and hammer and sickle. But instead of the sickle, it's Tierras Pugua.
Nice.
That is nice. That is nice. And
Very creative.
And, if it was me, I would have made the star look like the little Heineken star.
Oh, yeah.
But just because. But anyway, so Mana's
So
got...
if you've got a funny meme or any funny saying that you want to go to the protest
Right.
with, I mean, give it to Romeo. He'll put it on any shirt, mask, hat, whatever.
Yeah,
He can do
he's
it.
got the tools and technology. You don't have to. And the other
And
thing
mine is keep calm. I'm vaccinated.
that's for Mana. And see, now vaccinated, unvaccinated, and here we are. We're both living together, with mutual love and respect for one another, as opposed to the way the governor wants it, which is, oh, you're unvaccinated, get out. You sleep with the dogs tonight here because you're unvaccinated. And what is that BS that the cousin Troy was talking about last hour with, a little breakaway from the deal that he had last night with Felix Cabrera and Frank the Crank? He says Cabrera says we're going to do this for another year and a half.
Wow, way to go, man.
No, we're not. No, we are not going to do this for another year and a half. In the very least, I give you on the outside a year. Because I think there's going to be a whole bunch of new people at the legislature, and I think there's going to be a whole bunch of new people at Adelup running around, and they're going to take all of this crap that we've had to deal with and all this BS that we've had to eat in the last year and a half and bring us back to something that feels like real life. 365 days from today is when they're going to be having, it's a year from now, is going to be when they're having the next primary election. And I think that primary election is going to be an eye-opener for a lot of people. The Psycho de Cinco, or the Cinco de Psycho over at the legislature, and a whole lot of the petty tyrants in the government of Guam led by Adelup. That's my thing. And I don't know. Do I still have Frenchie on 3?
We do.
All right. Oui, oui.
Oui, oui.
Oui, oui.
That would be the second door on your left.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's always good to hear from you. Frenchie, what's on your mind this morning? I appreciate you holding.
Well, I was busy on Jungle Watch yesterday. I was looking at the fallout from Father Dueñas' principal coup attempt last June, and I'm going to write about that. And then I was looking also in the story of the Santa Barbara's cluster story. And but one thing that really got me going was yesterday's PDN editorial board opinion.
God, I saw that, and go ahead, and I'm going to not steal your thunder. I was upset going over my show notes yesterday and reminding myself I did not read that. I did not read the editorial from the Pacific Daily News yesterday, and I swear these people have got their heads. I can't even say where I think their heads are. Really? They get vaccinated because, wow.
Yeah, and frankly, it is a very anti-Catholic opinion, and it's very condescending and insulting. So I spent almost 6 hours writing an answer in the Jungle Watch about it.
Well, all right, you didn't say it, and I didn't say it, but so I'm going to fill in the blank here. If you missed yesterday's Pacific Daily News, and then their editorial position was that I should get vaccinated because the Pope said to get vaccinated.
Basically, this was it. Yeah, but their introduction, the way they go about it, it's so hypocritical and basically they make fun of the Catholic religion. If you look at it, it's at about 3 different levels. And so I spent a lot of time writing about that and posted it last night a little before midnight. And I think it will interest a lot of people that are looking at it. And my conclusion was like the best tool against fear is faith. and obviously those people have no faith at all in anybody, especially the people of Guam, and so does the governor. She doesn't have faith in anything. So yeah, it really got my interest going. I think Bob yesterday, I heard him in passing mentioning it as well, but he didn't explain too much on it. So I took the opportunity to do that. So,
well, it's important, especially from someplace like Jungle Watch, where a lot of people can take some of their catechismal cues from. But last place I'm going to get my spiritual advice is the Pacific Daily News. I'm sorry. That's not where I'm going to get my spiritual advice. It's not where I'm going to get my medical advice. I'll say the same thing about this program here. I don't anticipate anybody tunes in to find out what my feelings are about the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and whether he thinks that it would be a good idea or a lousy idea to get yourself vaccinated one way or the other. And I can't tell you how many times my opinions have run contrary to what the opinions of the Holy Fathers are.
Sure. Well, and then the Holy Father is quite a controversial type of individual himself. So you have to take it with a grain of salt with everything he says.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I took that opportunity. Yeah, probably your best bet if you want that kind of advice is to go to the guy that was a senior while you were a junior and who is now a priest on Guam. Yeah.
There's more than one or two. For absolute spiritual guidance is the guy that I consider every conversation with a confessional in both directions, and that would be Polly Eric Forbes.
Yeah, but he's disappeared.
Oh, he's the A-team. He doesn't come out unless you need him.
No. He's out of the circulation. Even his brothers don't know where he's at. He's staying out. He has a few problems. Let's say skeleton in his closets.
That's an interesting conversation. I'll be happy to engage him in privately before we start talking about it on the air. Last time I saw him, we were praying over his father's body.
Yeah. Well, I know that was a sad thing, but his father was in his 90s, I guess. No.
John Forbes was ageless and timeless. In fact, he is time himself.
Yeah.
And I think his passing, and he'd laugh at the idea. I think his passing is just it's a comma in what is an incredible spiritual journey. 8:25 in the morning. Appreciate your time here, Frenchie. I got to run. I got to find out why short ribs are selling at basically $10 a pound here.
Yeah, I know. I actually saw the same thing last time I went shopping, and I passed and went for something else. Yeah.
I'll pay that much for booze. What are we talking about? 8:25 in the morning. You have a fantastic day. Charlie Hermosa from American President Lines is on the line here this morning. And again, one of the interesting things that we were pondering yesterday while we were ignoring the PDN's ridiculous editorial was, wow, has anybody seen what happened with the price of short ribs over at Cost You Less? Now, this is not going to be a dig at Cost You Less by any stretch of the imagination. They aren't even sponsors. It's great business, and I've been a supporter of their business model for a long, long time. But I got a copy of and I think I got it from Mana, but a screen cap from them that showed the price of was it 3.5 or 3.75 pounds of short ribs, bone in. Was selling for about $39, and I thought, you've got to be kidding. And maybe to help explain why that is Charlie Hermosa from American President Lines. Good morning, Charlie.
Hey, good morning, Ray. Good morning, Mana. Good morning, Real Joe.
Is this a long-distance call? Am I catching you off island?
Yes. Sorry about that. I am off island right now.
Are you still on the planet? This is a big delay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm actually I'm in Palau again.
Oh. Hey, what happens in Palau stays in Palau, Brad. 8:27 in the morning. All right, so here's the thing, and you're my transportation guy, and so when I start to see some of the unusual things going on, I'm going to come to you and find out what it is. Now, somebody told me the reason why those short ribs at Cost You Live and various other places where people are selling, especially frozen goods that have been transported into Guam via ship, are seeing a massive increase and a notable increase in prices. Somebody said it was because the Department of Transportation changed out a couple of weigh standards, and what used to be able to be carried in 4 containers now takes 5. What's the story there?
Well, I don't know if that necessarily is the reflection as to why the prices have gone up, but it is true. Obviously the weigh station put restrictions as far as the amount of cargo that a single container can control. And that was done for, various reasons. And I think there's been a lot of legislation, a lot of talk about exactly, what exactly the weigh station is doing and so forth. So, yeah. But the reality is that we have to look at the entire supply chain because right now we're at a point where it's not one single factor. It's like a trickle down effect that goes all the way to the feed. That the cows and any of the food sources that we're getting, that also has a huge impact, right? So feed has gone up as well, and the feed goes up, right? I mean, you're feeding the cows with a higher cost of grain or anything that they're feeding them with, and it just has a trickle down effect to it because that leads to higher prices in the obviously in the production of the meats. In the supply of the meats and so forth. So, and then you couple that with possibly some distribution centers or some factories actually having to shut down. So they're still shutting those down, right? So if they have cases within their factories, they're shutting down. Yeah. And they'll be shut down for a week or two. So that creates a huge impact to the overall scope of the supply chain. So I think, Mike was on this week as well or last week, and he was spot on because, they're, they got hit with a little bit of a distribution halt with their distributor in Washington. But, they were able to find other sources and try to pull from other avenues, other origins, other countries. So I think that's sort of the, in short term, I think that's sort of the trickle-down effect of why the prices are going up, because everything is going up.
Well, this sounds like a rerun of a conversation that we had this time last year with a variety of manufacturing centers and raw material centers that were experiencing slowdowns in their business because of the number of positive cases that they were experiencing. Obviously, there's this Delta variant that we're waiting to burn through, and that is causing the same kind of slip that we are seeing right now. But it's that new slip that is happening at the same time where we're still trying to recover from the old slip.
No, exactly. And, honestly, we were hoping that the summer cycle, we would have an opportunity to catch up, but it actually accelerated. So a lot of customers that usually would tend to buy in September, October for their sales, now we're buying in June and July. So we saw the demand go up. Usually we start planning in August, September, but we were seeing it in June and July, and it's again and because they were getting shorted in their orders, where they would order one container of a specific product, now they can only get half. So now they're doubling their orders, tripling the orders, even if they get them the following week. So the demand for that specific product went up.
And so the invisible hand goes right into play in that. This is simple economics, supply and demand. When you've got vendors that are paying any price that they're getting quoted for any kind of good, all of a sudden the prices are going to be going up. Add on top of that a variety of other charges that are being added to it. Once upon a time, if you wanted to bring something to Guam, there was a fee for the containers. How much does it cost to ship a container, a 40-foot container to Guam? And that was the number. But the new numbers now include fuel surcharges. The new numbers now are also including a container surcharge.
No, so yeah, even there's even right now there's some surcharges in the international world where in the foreign ports they're charging a congestion fee, right? So and that sort of
there's a congestion fee.
Of, what
there's a congestion fee.
Yes. Yes. So some of these terminals, some of these ports are assessing that because of the situation of the containers stranded there by the carriers, different companies, customers not able to pull out. So, but at the end, Ray, like what you said, the supply and demand, that's exactly right. It's economics 101, but it's not just one single factor. That's the one thing that I want to make sure that I highlighted. It's not just one single factor. It's the entire, like I said, it goes down to the feed of what the cows are eating. It goes down to that level. So when you're feeding more expensive, if it costs you to feed more to the cows, then that goes up, right? I mean, everything's calculated. Nobody wants to lose money in business. So when you go down to that level, when when the supply and demand of these chips for these vehicles start going up, you're going to start seeing the price of vehicles. I mean, the price of used vehicles. I mean, if you look at it, it's unbelievable. The used vehicles, the prices have gone extremely high because the demand for new vehicles are extremely high, but they don't have enough new cars.
Supply.
So it's a trickle down effect. I wouldn't just put it on one thing. It's something that we've never seen before, but it really goes down to the bottom of that. The start of that supply chain. Everything has gone up. The raw materials. I mean, we've spoken to some manufacturers that produce juice, the sugars, right? It's been so hard for them to get sugar that, they're willing to pay whatever the sugar suppliers is offering because their business is making juice. And if they don't have sugar,
they ain't making any kind of juice. Or they're going to have to find a substitute for it, and which in most cases is going to be high fructose corn syrup. And who knows what's happening with the corn market now, that other commodity that we have to look at. 834, and I see the interconnectedness of all things. And the crazy thing is, as you point out with juices, that raw material is sugar, and which literally comes out of the ground. And this is not something you have to manufacture. It grows from dirt. And if we're having a hard time getting raw materials that grow out of the dirt, everything else from the supply chain forward is going to be ridiculously priced. And let's not forget that while it might not rain all the time on that sugar, you're going to have to put some water in there. Irrigation costs, watering costs, the utility cost that farmers have to pay for the water, the electricity to keep lights on in the farmhouses, and all of that stuff is all going to get factored into here. The bad news is, where do the financial experts around the world go? Where do we look to the Fed? We've already got some of the cheapest money available in the I don't want to say the history of the country, but it's still fairly easy to get a loan and fairly easy to get low interest loans on some of these things. So where's the next ability for a federal government to be able to control the inflation?
Yeah, I mean, and that's the huge topic of discussion right now, right? At what point, or what else can they do right now? I mean, inflation is definitely going to happen. I mean, there's no way that we can look at this and say that it won't. But when you talk about the supply of the raw materials, a lot of it has to do because it's the backlog, right? So when the sugar plantation shut down for COVID, they weren't, cultivating anything for, a few months. So when they cranked up operations again, they, started producing, and the demand was probably, 300 times, and they couldn't produce. They're not producing as much as they can to catch up. So again, that has to be played into the financial scope as far as, and I think it was well said. I think from the economist from the Bank of Guam, when they asked him, he said, so what do you, what's your outlook for next year? And he was like,
what was Joe's answer? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, but it doesn't look good. And you know, Joe, and I've known Joe and taken some of his financial advice over the years. You know, he's not pessimistic, but he's a realist when it comes to all of this stuff. All of the numbers that we would normally look at are in a state of flux and have been for a while. So I don't know is actually a pretty good answer. Brace yourself and personally stay as liquid as you possibly can. If somebody comes to you and says, okay, that's going to cost $1,000, ask for terms. How much can I give it to you for 5 months at $200 a month so that you can stay as liquid as you possibly can? I think that might be among some of the best advice that we can give these days. 837, you be careful down in Palau. How are they dealing with the news that they've got a couple of COVID positives down there?
Yeah, oddly enough, they're wearing masks down here. So the public restaurants, hotels, there's a mandate for public masks by each establishment. So they're not telling you to wear masks coming in, but most of the folks working inside the restaurants and hotels are wearing masks. So that was interesting to see, I think they take it very serious. They're doing everything they can, but they also understand that they have the protocols in place to be able to. I think we've tested twice already. We're going to test twice this week. So they're doing everything they can to ensure that they have everything pretty much in check.
How are they doing with vaccinations in Palau? Vaccinations on target?
Yeah, vaccinations on target. Obviously there's several the folks that have not been vaccinated due to health-related reasons. But they also have a similar program to where Taiwan is coming in. So they've started the bubble with them as well. So Taiwanese are coming here and getting the vaccine as well, and similar to what we're doing on Guam. So you can see that program really expanded out, and it definitely works for a little bit of a jolt into the economy, especially in the tourism side.
Well, I hope they're able to keep their stuff together around here. They seem to be losing it. Charlie, it's always fun talking with you. We'll see you when you get back.
Sounds good. Thank you, Ray.
All right, closing in on 8:40 in the morning. Charlie Hermosa from American President Lines with it. And it sounds like a repeat of some of the things that we've talked about from everywhere in the supply chain. There was a program I was involved with a few years ago, the Adkins Foundation, Jim Adkins from East West. And they put together a thing with the foundation where they were asking high school students to take a product. Just any product, and say, okay, let's take this product back to its raw materials, trace it back to all of the different places, all of the different industries, all of the different utilities that might have been involved in the creation of, say, a bottle of Pepsi or a battery that you made, a 9-volt battery or something like that. And a lot of these sharp kids, public and private school kids, were able to do exactly that. And it was always fun reading their write-ups on all of this. And the point of it is where these kids are, where they were digging apart all of the raw materials, all of the assembly points, all of the shipping points, all of the marketing points. Imagine now, in every single one of those points, the raw material is either not there or it costs more. The price to assemble, the manpower, the utility cost, etc. Everything is compounding on each other to make it so that, a year ago I could buy a 9-volt battery for $1.25, and now it's going to be $5 just because of all of the added values that are brought to it from all of these places that are experienced this pandemic slip, if you will. 20 away from 9 o'clock in the morning. Montesilva Tyron's going to give us that last look at news and headlines. That's next on The Ray Gibson Show.
Pastrami is back at Subway. Pepper-crusted beef layered with crispy pickles, mustard, and melted provolone cheese. Nothing comes close to the pleasure of sinking your teeth into that chewy, juicy, well-seasoned pastrami. It's happiness in a sub. Head down to the nearest Subway restaurant and satisfy your craving for the deli perfection that is pastrami. Subway. Eat fresh. Pastrami sub is available to all Subway locations on Guam and Saipan, including NCS for limited time only.
At GTA, we continuously develop digital solutions to build resilience for island businesses in need of agility, speed, and stability. Whether you're a home office or large corporation, we have professional services tailored by our GTA Enterprise experts to evolve your business digital transformation. Let the strength and reliability of our network power your business for years to come, and call us today at 671-644-1000. GTA, we start with you.
19 away from, 9 o'clock in the morning, and the word that I'm getting here on the meme machine, somebody heard me complaining about traffic in around Adeloop area. No, apparently it's not a protest. It's not a protest that they're doing. I guess there was a break in the sewer line down there, and so everybody went down to go and fix it, and put some spackle on something so that there wasn't poo-poo flowing around the governor's office. No more than usual. Poo-poo floating around the governor's office. And a note before we get into mine and the headlines. There's going to be at the legislature building today at 4 p.m. Stay united, Guam. Come and send a message to our government that segregation was abolished. Oh, you better be careful here, Gina, because there's some people, they hear the word segregation and get forget the message. They just get overwhelmed with racial undertones. Anyway, people fought hard to eliminate segregation. Don't let this government divide its people. One island, one people, no segregation, free choice. One island, one people. There's a bunch of signs that you can have up on if you want to. Otherwise, even if you don't have a sign, go anyway. Go anyway. The legislature.
Bring your sign to Romeo over at.
Oh, and that's right. He'll make a T-shirt out of it.
Shirt out of it, so you could save your arms. You don't have to lift anything. You just wear it on your back.
Yep. And Romeo, you don't feel like you got to make me T-shirts that are white. I'm just saying. I'm not a fan of black shirts because we live on Guam. It's 13 degrees above the equator, and so I like white. But that's not to say I'm not going to wear. In fact, the last protest, I was wearing a black shirt. I was wearing a black, and the meeting that we had on Saturday,
that
also
would look
black.
Nice with like maybe an army green pair of shorts,
or
right?
like with guys that have arms like real men, but not me. just saying, we've all got our strengths and weaknesses. I recognize mine occasionally. It's 8:43 in the morning. Mona, what happened today? Anything?
Well, Dr. Felix Cabrera says that the governor is expected to increase some of her COVID-related restrictions. She hasn't done so yet. But we are getting word that she's going to make an announcement sometime today. I didn't get any of that officially from Adeloop, though. Meanwhile, the GHRA is reaching out to its stakeholders to get some feedback on the latest executive order that they say will affect businesses on Guam as it seeks to mandate customers and employees to get at least one vaccination. The survey was circulated from the GHRA. They're hoping to get some sort of feedback by September 1st. Meanwhile, from the latest count, there were 108 new cases of COVID-19 out of 1,300 people who were tested, and that brought our CAR score to 25.2, just in time for the weekend. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
I got you. And for numbers, this is important. I appreciate the fact that the JIC are putting out numbers all the time, but I sure would like to see a bunch of other and more accurate numbers that we've got. We talked about it earlier. And can you imagine nobody has sent me an update? I talked about it on the radio. You'd think that somebody over at Public Health trying to redeem their reputation might have sent me the details. There are 667 positive tests that have been conducted, and they're referring to them now as cases at DPHSS. 667. All right, here's what we want to know, guys, and it shouldn't be hard. Of those 667, how many of them were vaccinated and how many of them were unvaccinated? And the point of this is not so that I can, do confirmation bias and say, see, I told you. I think the point that I want to get from all of this is underscoring the fact that just because you are vaccinated doesn't mean that you aren't going to get COVID-19. Just because you are vaccinated doesn't mean that you cannot give me COVID-19. Or the Delta variant, or whatever there is. So everybody needs to stop drawing lines to divide the community. A, and B, we all got to kind of look out for each other and stop doing exactly what they wanted us to do, and that is to get into fights in the family about who's vaccinated and who's unvaccinated. As Dr. Hao Nguyen says in today's Guam Daily Post. So it must be true. Oyal interviewed him, and he said, we need to forget about the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. Both of them will transmit the virus. So nobody is any different from each other. Well, some of you have tainted your DNA. But having said that, I'm not one of them. I'm going to come out of the year with the same body as I had going into the year, with my girly arms and all. 8:46, and I better stop here. We'll come back. Plenty more phone calls. What do you want to talk about? Lay into it at 888-8255.
Mezcla, read all about it. Check out Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Tuman for lunch. Serving up some savory seafood specials such as spicy garlic shrimp, candied salmon, or better yet, the local favorite, snapper or shrimp escabeche. Available only during lunch hours. Make sure to come down and try these tasty specials and more. Call 969-2652 for more info or to make a reservation. Located at the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tuman, Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. A true taste of Guam.
Business owners looking to expand, looking for an opportunity to give your business, looking to give your business a chance to succeed. There's a commercial space for rent at the DNA Plaza, Tumuning next to Cost You Less, home to the famous Tokyo Mart, Ma's Kitchen, Yogurt Land, and others. Great foot traffic, 1,320 square feet available. Call DNA Incorporated for more information. 477-9053 or 9054 or email dnainc.guam@gmail.com. Wait. It says that we need to talk about the cars over at Nissan Guam. And before I do that, I want to make sure that I've got this image up on the screen. I got this from my buddy Van Shelley, who was actually at the show. This is from his camera, if you're watching on Facebook Live. And that is the brand new Nissan Z car, perfect for 2022. And they're going to start coming in spring of 2022. May I make a recommendation to you, Nissan lovers, that you call the folks over at Nissan today and ask them, what would it take for me to put a reserve on that one in that color right there, color yellow? How do I do all of that? The iconic sports car, 7th generation, coming to Nissan Guam early 2022. The 2023 Z, a sleek, attractive exterior silhouette that shows respect to the original model back when it was a Datsun. Long hood, low rear stance, inside a driver-centric cockpit, including a 12.3-inch customizable racing-inspired display, leather-appointed sports seats, and an 8-speaker Bose audio system. In fact, you can hear the 8-speaker Bose system right now over at Nissan Guam. You test drive one of the cars that they've got there. They'll check out your credit, and if it looks good, if color good on the credit, 0 down payment, 1.99% APR, easy financing with the guys over at Nissan. I wonder what it would take for me to reserve something like this. Right? Color white, Z car. You know, I'm at the end of the payment booklet on the old ride.
Oh, yeah, I remember now.
Yeah, like maybe like one more payment left, or payment and whatever on the existing ride. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe it's time to start thinking about having 2 cars in the garage. You know, one that's paid for, and then the sexy one that I can just like gallivant all weekend long, and go to the bars, and they're going to say, "I'm sorry, you're not vaccinated, you can't come in," and I'll go, "Do you see the car? Do you not see the car that I drove up in?
Yeah.
Do you not see what he did? What is and the woman that's in the passenger side? Huh? That's the ultimate accessory. Is a hot woman in a hot car. Let me in, or I'll go somewhere else, and I'll take all your customers with me, because they're going to want to follow the guy that came in the Z car with the hot lady in it, right?"
Yes.
You're going, "Oh, crap. This is not the way you set up a phone call with Sandra Regis. This is not the way that you do that." All right, but anyway, no, we've had our conversations, and she knows I'm a boy. Good morning, Sandra. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Doing all right? Like the sound of that, Senator. No, do you have your you don't have a packet yet. They're not ready to start giving out packets, but are you starting to put down some names and markers on people that will sign your petitions, and put a couple of bucks in your pocket so you can buy radio ads?
Actually, you know, they did give me parts of the packet already, like the petition part and everything. Because we could already start collecting signatures whenever.
Well, get out there and do it, girl. Come on, make sure you come by me. I want to be one of the first to sign a petition sheet.
Everybody wants to be the first to sign a sheet.
Oh, that's not an original line? All right. Now, the guys over at the PDN were looking for you. Did you ever find them? They came out with that little pouty statement. "We were looking for Sarah Regis, but she wasn't able to respond before press time, blah, 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 blah," like you were ignoring them. Actually, the truth of the matter is, Sarah wasn't ignoring you. She's got a life.
Actually, I've been sick the last, week and a half. So,
Wuhan?
This is the first time I actually tuned in this week.
Well, I noticed that, but I just thought you were just mad at me or something. Anyway, well, I'm glad that's not the case. Anyway, so they were looking for you because they absolutely do not support anybody's rights to protest, and have decided unilaterally that any protest that you might encourage could end up being a misdemeanor or some kind of high crime against the government of Guam.
Okay, first, I did look at some of the comments, and when I initially put out the post on Facebook, it was for GovGuam employees.
Yeah.
But then the lady at Adelut, comes out with her new EO, and now everybody wants to join in on the protest, which is fine. Everybody's more than welcome, the vax, unvaxxed. And then, of course, I get notice of, how unlawful it is for GovGuam employees to strike against the government. Now, I don't know who's all going to be coming to this protest. I don't know if GovGuam employees are, the teachers.
Mm-hmm.
We have the teachers are shorthanded in school. We have 20%, right, that are unvaxxed and don't want to get vaxxed and don't want to submit to it weekly testing. I'm more than willing to support our GovGuam employees, but I mean, they have to also, I don't want to put, their careers at risk. I really don't. But if they want to make a stand, I'll stand there with them.
Stand in the gap with them. There's a point that they were making, the front page of yesterday's paper, and the lead story was how it was a perfect storm in the Department of Education, and with no, I read the thing and I don't recall seeing anything about this executive order that was basically going to take current teachers in the Department of Education and saying you're no longer welcome because you didn't sign our unity pledge and you didn't take our loyalty test and you're not vaccinated, so we're going to kick you out of the government of Guam. Number one, I'd like to see a lot more support from the union for all of these individuals in the executive branch, especially teachers and nurses. Having said that, though, the point that Tim Fedenko was making, if I read it right, Tim, was that there's a perfect storm. We've got a bunch of teachers now that went from the Department of Education, good jobs, better paying jobs, more stability, and more respect for the teachers in the DODEA system, and many of them are going to be retiring in the next year or two, which is going to leave the Department of Education even more upside down when it comes to teachers. So now, in my mind, is not the time for anybody in the administration to be undervaluing, if you will, the participation of anybody in the government of Guam, especially our teachers and nurses. Mm-hmm. Because it's not like we've got a groundswell. It's not like we can just make a telephone call and say, all right, we've fired 500 teachers because they wouldn't get vaccinated. Can we get 500 more, Mr. Union Man?
Right.
No, they're still in school. And when we say they're still in school, they're still in high school. It'll take a bunch of years for them to get out of high school, graduated into educational programs in the schools, and get them certified so that they can legally teach in the Department of Education. So maybe we ought to go in the opposite direction and find more ways to love up all of our Department of Education teachers. Disclosure, my nephew, RD, is a teacher in the Department of Education system. And I think for all of the work that he has put in, all of the sacrifice that he's made to get himself and maintain the certification that he has, I think he deserves more pay. I think all of the teachers in the system deserve more pay. That's just me. It's only me,
Well, yeah, they do. I growing up, I've always felt that, our teachers and our police officers are underpaid for the jobs they do for our community.
Don't disagree. Well, I'm glad that you're standing in the gap with them, and I hope that on the 30th there is some kind of action to be taken in a location that will be noticed by among our political representatives, and they will make the appropriate changes to the language so as to enhance the positions of these executive branch employees, rather than make them feel that their jobs are worthless and that they will be easily replaced.
I know we have a lot of people in unemployment, but, most of these professions, you can't just replace these people.
Well, somebody needs to tell others in the government of Guam that they are far more easily replaceable than teachers and nurses and policemen and firemen.
Well, yeah.
That's a fact. That's a fact. It's just the backwards way our government works. Listen, Sandra, I'm going to let you run. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Okay.
All right.
You guys have a good weekend.
I will. Glad you're feeling better now. 888-8255, 888-TALK. Hey, look, it's the other Governor Leon Guerrero. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning.
I was trying to decide whether I wanted to take your call or not. I saw where you'd posted, a little bromance between you and Lemarana, and I thought, I don't think I've ever seen where Ken Leon Guerrero says, hey, here's a link to when Ray Gibson and I were talking on The Point, exchanging relevant and wonderful ideas, et cetera, et cetera. Just moments of brilliance. I never catch that. So what, you love Tony more than me? You love Tony more than Klitsky?
No. I've done that many times with your show. I even take the clips out of YouTube and post the clips.
Oh, I never see those. Where are they?
Guam Citizens for Public Accountability, of course.
Is that a website? What is that?
No, that's my community advocate Facebook page. There's probably about 200 more videos on there that I've done over the last few years.
We're fact checking now. Anyway, what'd you call about today?
Well, I've been listening, to the conversations about protesting. And what I wanted to do is encourage everybody, if they're contemplating protesting, the best protest of all is to make phone calls and emails, because standing outside the legislature ad loop, it's good camaraderie. You get to meet people that are like-minded people, but it's very easy for the politicians to ignore, and they will.
There were some hot women at the one on, what was it, the Tuesday, Wednesday? Do you remember, Real Joe?
Wednesday.
It was Wednesday. Yeah. I'm just going to say that there was eye candy there.
But if people send an email saying, I'm going to be at this protest and I expect to see you there, sending emails and making phone calls to the staff, we are going to be outside the legislature and we want to see you come out with us. Because otherwise they'll stay in their air-conditioned offices, have coffee, look at the windows, and look at all those people out there in the humidity and the rain, and it won't change their opinions about anything. But when we call them out on it, say, send them an email, make a phone call, overload their offices with emails and phone calls to the point that they can't ignore the protesters outside. I mean, you and I were out there back in last March.
It was almost exactly a year ago. I got, Facebook will send you a thing. Anyway, they sent me a thing. It's a picture of me in my short shorts down in Tumon in what I consider the inaugural protest against the governor's overreach in COVID-19, shutting down bars, restaurants, all kinds of other facilities, plunging the island into an economic war zone from which now it's just beginning to recover, and then bang, some new executive orders. But hey, I'm not a Bank of Guam president, so I don't know. What do I know about business?
Videos at that first protest and posted them that you will see among those 200 videos.
Right.
But the whole point is the senators and our politicians ignored it, and they just went ahead and basically took their political cat o' nine tails and beat the crap out of the people of Guam. The old floggings will continue until the last penny has been wrung out of your pocket.
Right. Hey, Ken, I got to go because I got Fox News, and normally I'd let you blather, but we've got to hit Fox News on time, find out what's going on in Kabul. Call me later, all right? Talk to you. Here's the news.
All right, will do.
I'm Lisa Lacera.
We will not forgive. We will not forget. We will hunt you down and make you pay.
President Biden with those words for the attackers in today's suicide bombs that claimed the lives of 13 U.S. service members at Hamid Karzai Airport in Kabul and injured dozens of others, including American and Afghan civilians. The president called the service members who gave their lives heroes who engaged in a selfless mission to save the lives of others. The president has ordered all U.S. flags, including those at the White House and Capitol, be lowered to half-staff in honor of the victims of the attack. The Pentagon says troops will remain in Kabul to get people out and says the U.S. will track down the group responsible for the attack.
U.S. Central Command Commander General Kenneth McKenzie Jr. says the mission will continue to evacuate people. That so far 104,000 people in all have been evacuated.
If we can find who's associated with this, we will go after them.
We've been clear all along that we're going to retain the right to operate against ISIS in Afghanistan. And we are working very hard right now to determine attribution, to determine who is associated with this cowardly attack, and we're prepared to take action against them.
He said they assessed the attackers to be ISIS fighters, and ISIS did claim responsibility through their Telegram account. McKenzie says the U.S. is coordinating with the Taliban to continue getting people through to the airport as the threat of attacks continues. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
7 Capitol police officers who were attacked during the January 6th riot are now suing former President Trump, his allies, and members of far-right groups. The officers claim Trump conspired with the groups to provoke the January riot. The officers claim the attack was the culmination of months of rhetoric from Trump, who they say knew the potential for violence and actively encouraged it in hopes of stopping the certification of the 2020 election. America is listening to Fox News.
Chili's is pairing up premium entrees with 2-in-1 entree selections starting at $19.99. Indulge in mouth-watering combos like the sirloin and ribs combo, the ribeye and jalapeno sausage combo, or the savory sirloin and ancho salmon combo. All served with delicious mashed potatoes. Dine in today and enjoy the best of both worlds flavor experience with Chili's 2-in-1 entree selections. Available for a limited time. Chili's on the 2nd floor of the Tumont Sands Plaza. Chili's, savor the moment.
GovGuam employees and retirees, it's time to choose your health plan. Choose a network of more than 200 providers, including GRMC, GMH, STA, AMC, IHP, and the FHP Health Center. Choose lower copays at preferred in-network providers. Choose fitness partners, including PFC. Choose a payroll deduction as low as $2.04 biweekly. For yourself and your family, choose Take Care. Open enrollment is September 1st through the 25th. For more information, go to takecareasia.com or call 649-0468. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
The effort to get some California students and their parents stranded in Afghanistan continues.
The students and their parents had plane tickets for the return trip after spending their summer vacation in Afghanistan. Local officials in El Cajon have been trying to get them home after the parents reached out to the school district to let them know the kids would be late starting school. Cajon Valley Union School District President Tamara Otero tells Fox News they went to visit family.
So we're told that most of them are safe with family and friends, but they're unable to get to the airport currently.
While 5 of them returned safely yesterday, more are still there.
As far as I understand, these families are not related. They were separate incidents.
She says they're working with Congressman Darrell Issa's office to get them out. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Tropical storm Ida has formed in the Caribbean, and forecasters warn it could become a major hurricane by the time it reaches the Gulf Coast. The Cuban and Cayman governments have issued tropical storm warnings. Ida could become a major hurricane when it reaches the Gulf this weekend. The storm is forecast to deliver anywhere from 6 to 12 inches of rain over parts of Jamaica, Cuba, and the Cayman Islands. Forecasters warn of possible flash floods and mudslides. The latest numbers on jobs and the economy are in.
For the first time in 5 weeks, the number of people filing first-time jobless claims rose, up by 4,000 to 353,000 last week. The number was also higher than forecast, but still holds near pandemic lows. The number of people continuing to receive help, about 2.86 million. That's the lowest level since March 2020. The U.S. economy grew at an annual rate of 6.6% last quarter, the second read from the Commerce Department, coming in slightly faster than the initial estimate. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
Wall Street stocks pulled lower after the bombing in Kabul. The Dow lost 192, the Nasdaq off 96, the S&P minus 26. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
There's a steak with your name on it at the new Longhorn Steakhouse. Flo's Filet is an exceptionally tender center cut. The New York Strip is a steakhouse classic, and Longhorn's famous outlaw ribeye is well marbled and fire grilled. Longhorn is ready and waiting to pour you a margarita and make you a steak. Longhorn Steakhouse is open daily from 11 to 10 p.m.
Looking for a seamless medical trip to Manila? St. Luke's Medical Center's Pacific Islands Medical Referral Package offers a convenient end-to-end medical travel service to St. Luke's Global City. With the package, they also provide assistance in the processing of your air travel requirements, airport to hospital transportation, and hospital room upgrades, all for free. To learn more, call Phil MD at 671-637-5433 or visit their office in Tamuning across the Baltej. At St. Luke's, we love life.
Here at Guam Auto Spot, we have the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars, like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage, as low as $127 per paycheck, 0 down. Or this 2021 Buick Encore, as low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down for 72 months. Call 478-AUTO to schedule a test drive or get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com.
You're one of those people that likes wired diagrams? Because the guys over at Applebee's got this thing for like lunch combos, and you choose any two to create your combos, a classic and a classic, and then you got a salad bar and a classic and a signature, and a salad bar and a signature and a signature and a signature. Does that make sense to you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, because they got all these different things. Like a classic includes a soup or a salad and a bunch of, you got the sandwiches and tacos and things like that. And then you got the signature, which has got the salads, and then you've got fried shrimp on that, fish and chips, and plenty more. So you can take, something from the classic and the classic, or you can have a classic and a signature and a signature and a signature. Does that make any sense to you? So
Yeah.
if you understand the concept of the wire diagram and how you might be able to do this, then go over to the folks over at Applebee's for lunch today. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
Real Talk Radio is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters.
Suppose we ought to change that.
Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
That was we started running that when this was a brand new program, and the rest of the talk radio world was just crap. And so they say, hey, we're back, but I was like, well, hey, we're still here. They can't shut me up. Although I will suggest that from time to time, the real talent is not here in my studio. There's some in the other studio where Real Joe is, and Mono when she's here doing the news, and Jerry when he's is up for the extra point. There's certainly some talent here, but the real talent can be found on Facebook Live and on YouTube Live. This is the funniest thing I'm going to read all day long today. Bonnie Suba, who says, don't worry about the guys in Afghanistan. Biden will sniff them out. Oh, my God. That is just too funny. God bless you. Let's the response has not been positive in Twitter. I was finally able to get onto to Twitter here just a few minutes ago, and the response has not been good. Katrina Pearson writing, the Biden administration gave a list of Americans' names that they left behind in Taliban. Let it sink in. She said they gave them the names of the Americans that are still there. Thank you very much. It's on what's called a death list, and I think they did the same thing with the Afghanistan interpreters and things like that. I don't know what the adult supervision is in the White House at this time. And some people would say, well, Kamala, she's apparently still traveling. She was on Guam for a layover earlier in the morning, and is supposed to be making a stop in Honolulu, Hawaii, where she'll get off the plane and meet with the real citizens there. Never. No, don't bother. Don't bother waking up the governor of Guam. It's the snubbery. There it is. Kamala's better than us, et cetera, et cetera. 888-255-88-TALK is my telephone number. 9 after 9 in the morning. Which line is Eugene on? Line one, Eugene Berdalio, who's with the Guam Conservatory of the Arts. I want to say that with my pinky out, but I'm going to hold off on any of that until I get this guy on the line. Which one of my cousins are you? Eugene Bob Berdalio. Which one are you?
Which one am I?
Yeah, which kid are you?
Which kid am I? Man, my parents are Erwin and Beatrice Berdalio. We're from the Carlos Berdalio clan. So the BJ's brother's godson or grandson. Sorry. I know. Never mind.
I know. You know what? I gotta ask Shelley. I'll send her your whole names. Eugene Bob. Which one of Auntie Annie's grandkids is this?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not that Bob Berdalio. So that's why I put Eugene Bob Berdalio. I went straight for Bob Berdalio. People think that I'm Auntie Annie's son. So,
it's Bobby's kid.
Anyway,
that's funny. Well, I'm sure that there's relation back in there somewhere, and so it's good to have you on the program. So tell me a little bit about the Guam Conservatory of the Arts. I know you got a fundraising that we're trying to get going here next Tuesday, but give me a little bit of background on the organization of the Guam Conservatory of the Arts. What is it that what's in the inventory of arts? What are you doing?
So are offering high-quality classical arts training, classical arts meaning classical music, classical ballet, and drama. And the thing that makes Guam Conservatory special, apart from that we're a 501c3 organization, a tax-exempt organization, is we want to make our programs available to kids who really otherwise could not afford it. Classical arts training is quite expensive because let's say you're a 13-year-old boy or girl enrolled in our dance or music program. At that age, you're taking classes every day. So when you add up the costs, it's too exorbitant for most households on Guam. So our aim is to make our training available by offering needs-based scholarships. And we do that by fundraising and getting grants. And so I'll probably be fundraising the rest of my life for this cause. But it's a cause that I completely believe in. So you can put your pinky finger down because really classical arts, this is far more than just coming in and learning dance steps and pliés and tendus and know what a whole note is versus a half note. This is, yes, we're giving them high professional, pre-professional level training, but apart from that, man, we want to give them all the benefits that come from a classical arts education, and that means character growth.
Oh.
That means inner discipline.
Yes.
There's something about when someone embarks on a journey seeking perfection and knowing they will never achieve it, because in classical arts, the bar just keeps getting higher and higher and higher. At first, it's your teacher who might be saying, you can do it better, you can do it better. But after a while, you develop in you a self-critique, and then you start saying, no, I can do it better. I can do it better. I can do it better. So that develops in a child some really wonderful qualities. Knowing that they're pursuing perfection and knowing they're never going to get it. So like if you were to interview like a world-class ballerina right after she gets done with Swan Lake, and you say, hey, that was a beautiful, beautiful performance, she's likely to say thank you, very humbly, but in her head she knows how she could have performed it better.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, no. That's resonating with a lot of people, and you don't need to be a ballerina. You can be a tennis player. You can be in volleyball.
Right,
you can. There's every other place where you train as hard as you possibly can. You learn as much as you possibly can, and you might have won by yards, but in your head, you know where you could have done better.
Absolutely, absolutely. Another benefit of arts education is, so most kids, there's extracurricular activities that they have, and most of it is kind of surrounded by sports, competitive team sports.
Yeah.
There's a slew of our youth population that is not comfortable in that world. They could be introverted, shy, socially awkward. The arts is perfect for someone like that. And so we want to provide those kids, not only a haven, but a place where they can flourish. So the arts, it's very progressive. And so they have opportunity to slow things down, learn a skill, and develop, progress, gain confidence in a more safe environment. And at the same time, they're being very expressive. Because a lot of these kids, I don't know what most people believe, but I tend to hold that there are kids who are just born, just out of their mother's womb, and they have an artistic sensibility. And these are kids who, like, if you put a pen in their hand, they just start drawing. They draw everything they see. Or they dance around, and it's incessant. They just, it's an obsession. Or else they're just kind of given to more contemplation. They're quieter. They think, things differently. In other words, they're unconventional. And so we need to graft these people in and, help them, because the arts has shown repeatedly. I mean, if I could just spout out a few statistics.
Go ahead.
Kids who are involved in an arts education program, they're 4 times more likely to participate in a math and science fair. They're 3 times more likely to win an attendance award. they're 3 times more likely to be elected class office. They're 4 times more likely to be recognized for academic achievement. They're 2 times more likely to graduate college. They generally have higher GPA averages, SAT scores. So there's a whole slew of benefits, real world as well as just interpersonal benefits of an arts education, and we simply just want to make that available.
Well, I'm sold. I'm sold. You know, as a father of a teenage daughter, I wish that maybe she would have stuck around in ballet class a little bit more when she was a little kid. But you know how kids and their attentions will move from one to the other. You know, especially a kid of mine with Dad's attention span. Having said that, I'm proud of her achievements right now. But can hear what the value is in having an entire support structure, not just for the kids, but for the kids' support network. Obviously, there's a need to have aunts and uncles and moms and dads as involved as possible to help encourage this kind of thing. And I think that's where a conservatory of these arts are going to be particularly valuable. How did you manage, before we get into the details here and I sell a couple of tickets, how did you manage to advance as far as you did, performing with the San Francisco Ballet, the Peninsula Ballet Theater, and San Francisco Dance Theater, reading from a bio? How did you manage to do that without the benefit of a conservatory here?
Well, so I spent some of my childhood here on Guam. In fact, I took my very first piano lesson at the Academy of Music. Right?
Oh my God, didn't we all?
Right? And then we moved back to the San Francisco Bay Area, and I continued music, got interested in dance. And so that's really, where I got most of my training was in San Francisco. But, back then, so I will be 60. I can't believe I'm saying that. I'll be 60 in a couple of years. And, back when I was living on Guam as a kid, there was no dance. Mm-hmm. There was, none of these dance studios. And so I know what that's like to be a boy interested in dance and really having to pursue it against, everybody's counsel, because it's not something that like a father wants, his son to get into, for a couple of reasons, but mainly because there's no future in there, son, no financial stability. And I get that. But again, going back to, I believe that there are children who are innately artistic by nature. To squash that or to steer it somewhere else, honestly, it only leads you down a path of trouble, because, we really have to be who God created us to be. And, sometimes we spend a whole life, right, like figuring out who that is. And then we finally come into a realization, wow, this is what I meant to do, meant to be. And so, but early on, I knew I wanted to dance. And so took lessons, started to apply for scholarships, got on scholarship at San Francisco Conservatory of Ballet, took classes at San Francisco Ballet School, eventually started auditioning around and got jobs that way. But today's youth, they have, in terms of dance accessibility, it's far more accepted, dance programs on TV and all. So I think that there's just a better sense of support socially.
I got that. No, and certainly a lot of the stigmas and the stereotypes have changed drastically, and fortunately, and for the better, I think, in the last 10 or 15 years than was the case when I was growing up with the same pressures. 20 after 9 o'clock in the morning. Eugene, Bob Berdallo back on Guam, and a conversation about a conservatory. Just a little bit of time left, and let's sell some tickets. Are you still on for next Tuesday, or has any of the executive orders made any changes to your plans?
We are waiting word from the governor's office at some point today. So if it moves forward, awesome. That's Tuesday, August 31st from 6 to 8, cocktails, appetizers, live music. If it, for whatever reason, if an executive order comes down today and we're forced to, we will simply postpone the event. So hopefully when people are buying their tickets, actually it's not a buying, it's a suggested donation.
Okay.
So I have to phrase it that way because we are a tax-exempt organization and we're not selling anything here. But if people are getting their tickets, hopefully they view that as a donation to the cause. We will get them their appetizers and drinks if we have to put it in paper bags and send it home.
The chorizo shot, that's all anybody really cares for at many of these
there
things
you
now.
go. Yeah. But if all goes well and the event moves forward on Tuesday, the governor and the lieutenant governor will be present, and they'll give opening remarks. So we're
based on some overriding sentiments here in the community, that might not be a big sell. So I'd go back to pushing the idea that there is a conservatory and a great support network that is being built to drive creativity and to drive perfection among our young people. Eugene, Bob, I appreciate your time. No matter what happens, you get to the radio station, we'll start talking about next week, and we'll get you some more time on the radio to talk about it. No matter what comes out of the governor's office today. All right?
Right. Awesome. Thank you so much, Ray.
No, pleasure. Pleasure's completely mine. I do appreciate that. Hug and a kiss to Grace, all right?
Awesome. All right. Bye-bye.
Groovy. 9:22 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show continues. On the way, we're going to hear from Juan Carlos Benitez, who's going to be joining me in the studio. And we'll just we'll kill the next 40 minutes of the programming, round tabling. And you're welcome to join 888-8255 on some current events. We're here on Guam, nationally and internationally, as the program continues. Now on Guam, 511 Tactical, offering the largest selection of tactical apparel and gear for law enforcement, first responders, tactical operators, and recreational enthusiasts. We're located next to Bargain Tactical, Guam's largest firearms dealer. Find both stores, Route 16 Army Drive between the Dungeon and Little Wangs. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 7, Saturdays 10 to 5, and closed on Sunday. Visit us online at tacticalgearguam.com. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at Tactical Gear Guam. 511 Tactical, now on Guam. Always be ready.
The UOG Endowment Foundation is hosting Community Connection, an outreach that connects the community to programs and organizations at the University of Guam. Join them at the Micronesia Mall Center Court on Saturday, August 28th from 11:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Learn more about scholarships, the G is for Giving campaign, different programs at the university, and be entertained by the Triton's Collective Dance Team. For more information, please call 735-2957 or email them at info@uogendowment.org. Biba UOG. Mezcla, read all about it. Check out Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Tumon for lunch, serving up some savory seafood specials such as spicy garlic shrimp, candied salmon, or better yet, the local favorite, snapper or shrimp escabeche, available only during lunch hours. Make sure to come down and try these tasty specials and more. Call 969-2652 for more info or to make a reservation. Located at the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon, Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
It's me. What do you mean it's me? What about? Take Care?
Yes, sir.
I can tell you about all the great programs they've got over at Take Care, but I'd rather that they showed it to you. I'm a show-me kind of person. And if you are a show me kind of person and you're interested in Take Care, maybe you're thinking about signing up with them for your businesses or your employees or whatever, then go to Micronesia Mall tomorrow, 11 o'clock, the old Dollar Place, and they've got it's going to be like a weekly health fair going on. They'll go out there and take pulses and check your heart, maybe even jab you on something that'll tell you what your sugars are and your different fat levels and crap like that. But they know how to do it, and they'll tell you about their global network, and they'll tell you about great apps that they have that will keep you on the straight and narrow in terms of your health and the commitment to your health. For details, like I said, 11 o'clock tomorrow at the Micronesia Mall at Take Care. Man, I never see this guy. That's nonsense. I see him all the time. I got Juan Carlos Benitez in the studio this morning, and at some point he's going to say Puerto Rico, and it's going to tickle you. It will tickle your ears, and you'll say, God, this is a great way to end the week. Why doesn't he do this all the time? Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. Great to have you on.
Good. Well, glad to be here, and just to get it out of the way, Puerto Rico.
Ooh. Ow. Suave. What can I say, man? If I was a woman. But anyway, the women want him and men want to be him, and you're about to find out why. Anyway, so there's just so much that we get to talk about here. 9:25, and I almost don't know where to jump into the conversation, but I think I want to jump in here because a buddy of mine sent me some information out of out of Great Britain, and they're saying that this will destroy the entire premise for the vaccine push. The UK government has reported the following data, which is in their report on variants of concern. It says less than a third of Delta variant deaths are among the unvaccinated. I'll say that again in case you missed it. Less than a third of Delta variant deaths are in the unvaccinated. Here's another way to say this. 2/3 of Delta deaths in the UK are among the vaccinated. And you've seen in, if you're reading the newspaper, actual printed news. I don't know to what degree you trust the publishers, but actual printed news recently that is showing that among the vaccinated, there's a higher chance of them being able to infect me. Now, it's one of those who do you trust games, and which is why there's protests going on this week, and including one this afternoon starting at 4 at the legislature, Juan Carlos, where there are going to be lots of people with signs and placards walking around the legislature making a point about them being the second branch of government and concerns that members of the legislature, 5 in particular, the Cinco de Psycho, that seem to be in lockstep with the administration on that. And I think that is a good place to get started here. And we'll go local, and then we'll eventually hit international concepts. I think that there is a significant body of people on Guam that have had it.
I don't disagree. There's actually another study also by Israel that have just been published, and both of their studies are on the Delta variants, which is what's attacking all our countries right now.
Yeah.
The Israeli says new Delta variants, the vaccine is maybe 50% efficient on it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 50-50. They're mandating a third shot vaccination to get any sort of protection that makes sense of anybody above 40. And they're making that available. They're not mandating it. And the British government is also highlighting, they're both highlighting the same thing. The majority of the cases that they're receiving are of vaccinated individuals. And particularly half of the hospitalized in Israel are vaccinated individuals over 60.
So, what does that say overall, for the vaccine? Should people, obviously, there's a school of thought that says, well, any protection is going to be good protection, but it's not total protection. And in fact, there's, there are concerns that, and I fielded this opinion a couple of weeks ago when we started to see the numbers going up, is that, it's the vaccinated people that have been running around like they're immune and couldn't possibly get sick and couldn't possibly infect anybody, that have been out forgetting maybe some of the basics of this virus control, making the unvaccinated sick.
Yeah, and that's exactly where
and it's bearing out in the data.
Yes. So what they're saying is there was a false sense of security that was created on the term of being vaccinated, and they're rolling that back. They're saying a couple of things. One is the vaccine loses efficiency after 5 to 6 months. So you're going to have to need to get a booster if you're on the vaccine supplement. Here's the downside. They're saying how many times will people be willing to get a 6-month booster on a vaccine on a rolling basis?
Well, I know the answer. I know the answer. They're going to be the sheep are going to say, yeah. In fact, I'll go every day. When I fill up the car, I'll get vaccinated again, and that way I'll be completely protected against the unclean heathens like Ray Gibson. But I'm more inclined. Let's have a serious conversation now about what happens when we've got natural immunity. So people that have already had COVID-19, are they getting sick again with the Delta variant?
Yeah, and I think that's where they're going. Their idea is the symptoms with young children is a lot more milder, and their expectation is at some point, as people keep getting the unvaccinated, keep getting the virus, they will build a more long-term immunity than what they're facing with the present vaccines that are available.
Right. So all of the stuff coming from the science here seems to be contradictory to the data that we're beginning to see. At least that's what it looks. So, but the other part of this, and I think this ought to be part of somebody's campaign. And if I was the chairman of the Republican Party on Guam, I'd start telling my constituency and my potential candidates that they need to start talking seriously about making sure. I mean, no more any campaign promises that we're all going to forget. But we really got to do something about public health. And I'm not talking about DPHSS, but I mean the general overall health of our community. And that means that we've got to do more by way of outdoor spaces and athletic facilities and sports facilities and a whole lot more by way of encouraging people to have healthier lifestyles. The COVID has been a valuable lesson for a lot of people that might have been borderline diabetic a year ago that saw the light and said, you know, I think I'm going to go and walk around Tumon 8 times a week just to see what's going on. Maybe I'm going to take up jogging. Maybe I'm going to do my first triathlon. Maybe I'm going to quit smoking or slow down on my drinking, or just any number of things that they can do to improve themselves so that they are not targets for COVID-19. And if they do get it, their symptoms might be milder.
Correct.
So that to me is that's a easy kind of campaign platform to make.
And I completely disagree. It's for me at this point, we need to try to figure out how we unite the people in Guam into fighting a COVID. What we do have is no longer what I think considered to be a COVID emergency, but what we do have is we have a long-term process that we need to deal with this with COVID. It's not going to go away. It is a crisis. It needs to be managed, but crisis management is not done under emergency powers.
Ding, ding, ding.
Right? At some point, you need to be able to say, "Hey, if I can go to the legislature and request their support and assistance, and explain to the people of Guam why we're doing what we're doing, in a respectful way." That's our democracy. That's the system that we have.
We had it.
Yeah, and for 18 months we have not. And what are the results, right? So for me, one question that I've had is ventilated ICU beds. That's what you need to have in the hospitals in order to address a spike in COVID-19.
The ones that are sick enough to get hospitalized.
Yeah. So if I part from the premise, we're going to get COVID because we're a tourist destination. And once we open up and we start getting 1.5 million tourists again and an economy gets rolling, there'll be variants of COVID. Call it E or Z or whatever variant you want.
Yeah.
We need to have the facilities that are ready to accept those individuals. We need to have the measures to prevent that virus to coming in. But when it comes in, we need to have the facilities. My concern is I don't really know how many ventilated ICU beds that are operational exist in Guam today. I know that when we started, Guam Memorial Hospital had 6. I know that GRMC had 6. And I know the military, I think, had 4. We moved the neonatal clinic to GRMC.
Right.
Supposedly we're going to increase 4 as a preliminary measure. But if all we have is still 20 beds, including the military. If all we've done is increase by 4 beds, our system, after 18 months and $2.5 billion of federal aid, something's wrong.
Well, golly, but we spent all that money in the COVID-19 quarantine hotel rooms. And still spending money in the COVID-19 quarantine hotel rooms. That was our first line of defense, and I agree with you. I don't know what's happening. I'd asked Dr. Akimoto yesterday when he was on the radio. We spent $1 million for that inflatable bounce house little hospital thing they got over at GMH. What was it being used for the last time anybody did anything? Is it capable of being used for any kind of overflow or surge right now? I don't know. It didn't look like anybody was bothering to maintain it the last time I passed by. If I were part of the conversation, which I am not, we got golf carts. We got golf carts,
which I am not. I would say, look, if you're going to argue you don't want to build a new wing inside the hospital, we have enough clinics in that entire area that you can talk to some of the doctors and say, hey, would you be willing to lease that to the government for the time being, and let's set it up.
Can I ask a question? Just a layman here, because I get the medical conversation about ventilated beds and ICU and telemetry between the beds and somebody at a central nursing site. Understand the concepts behind this, but if let's say it's 2021, it's going to be September next week, and there is a surge that we just cannot, for whatever reason, control. If we need to get more ventilated beds, operational. Who do we call it? Do we go to Amazon? Is there some place that we can reach out to that can literally in a hurry get them on a United flight out to Guam and installed rather rapidly so that we could in real time meet the demands of the surge?
Well, former President Trump gave Guam 75 ventilators. So we have 75 systems.
Cool.
They just need to be set up. we need the staff to be able to operate them in a location. So the biggest thing is the ability to have the equipment. The equipment's here. That's why I'm intrigued. And I don't know. For all we know, there's an entire 30 beds in Guam Memorial Hospital. But we haven't been informed.
Well, my understanding from reading the newspaper accounts from a couple of days ago, the governor, in one part of the same article, made a point about how the unvaccinated people are causing the surge at Guam Memorial Hospital, and we're always going to be worried about the delicate state of our hospital and our healthcare system. But at the end of that very same article was a quote from the people that run Guam Memorial Hospital that said, No, we're okay. We've got everything that we need to meet any kind of surge that we get. So I don't know which one is in la-la land as these quotes are flying around, but I'm with you. And the unfortunate thing is that with these emergency powers, there's no requirement for any kind of transparency. The meetings are not noticed. They are not taped. The minutes are not kept. And then decisions are meted out to us on an almost surprise basis. Hey, the governor may speak today, and in that speech there may be more restrictions laid upon the people of Guam.
And one recommendation, an unsolicited recommendation, when you want to give bad news in Washington, D.C., you do it on Friday at 3 p.m.
What's today?
Because newspapers have already rolled out. The deadline's done. There's a weekend, so we'll wait till Monday.
Yep.
These are important news and issues. I think it would make more sense to do this press conferences on Mondays, so we have the whole way to
prepare. So what's going to happen is there's going to be, as has been the case innumerable times in this whole executive order pandemic nightmare that we've been living through, Friday afternoon announcements of things that are going to take place and become effective the following Monday. Like we got 2 days to work on that, but in real time that might as well be 12, 24 hours as far as businesses are concerned. You remember they did that with daycares? Wasn't that long ago? They said, okay, we're going to go ahead and open up the daycares on Monday, and every daycare operator on Guam said, what? Wait a second, I got to clean the place up. I got to call people back in. They've been shut down for weeks, and all of a sudden the governor said Monday, and every single parent on Guam said, great, I can take my kids back to daycare, and the daycares had just heard that was going to be the case.
That should not be the way things are conducted, and it's an issue of transparency in this administration, and I think they're trying to work through it. Hopefully, they will be successful.
You are being too nice.
Yeah,
come on, that's almost naive.
And I hope to pivot for a second.
Sure,
but I really would like to add our prayers to the families of the 13 military officers that passed away in Afghanistan this morning.
Indeed.
And I'm extremely hopeful that none of them are from Guam, and we still don't know. But it is my prayer is not just with them; it's with the people of Afghanistan and the U.S. citizens that are still trapped there, trying to figure a way out.
Lambs to the slaughter. You know how I feel about the administration. I'm not surprised that there has been another debacle in the handling of the shutdown of the Afghanistan war from the perspective of the United States, up to and including the idea that they were beginning to they kicked the military out before they told the civilians that the military was even going to be leaving. The degree to which we have left behind billions of dollars worth of equipment and that they would be able to use against us, and in fact are probably using against us as we speak.
Well, and what for me, our biggest air base there was Bahrain. We left the base before we evacuated anybody. If we would have kept that base, we could have done this entire evacuation from a U.S. military base
that
with
was
the
secure.
protection
Yes,
that we needed to have so that the U.S. citizens could arrive and go there without a problem, as well as the people that assisted them. It doesn't make any sense to me why we did it the way we did it. I don't think that blaming President Trump for this, saying that he was looking at pulling out.
Biden has no platform to stand on with regard to that, because as soon as Biden came into office, he began reversing virtually everything that Donald Trump touched. The crisis at the border is not Donald Trump's problem. It was because the Biden administration decided to reverse all of the procedures that had been put in place that prevented the major surges in illegal refugees, illegal immigrants coming in from the southern borders. And now the courts have instructed Biden to put back those Trump era orders.
Yeah. But
this guy's a disaster. I mean, he's a disaster. But where's the Republicans now standing up to this disaster? Anybody besides that the crazy green woman talking about impeachment or Article 25 or?
I think the Republican Party in the mainland United States, like us, are looking at the upcoming elections as the main transition period into the future. I'm sure you saw Herschel Walker just announced he's going to be running for Georgia as a U.S. Senator on the Republican ticket. We are estimating at least a pickup of 45 seats in the House. So there will be a flip of the House and the Senate in the coming midterm elections. And based on that, we hope that we'll be able to bring that counterbalance to what's been going on, which is the same situation here.
Regardless of the midterms, I think the Harris-Biden administration is over. I don't think that, you know, with as many problems as they've got that's still yet to be addressed in a reasonable, responsible, and mature fashion, I don't think it's going to happen. And I think any support that the Biden-Harris administration had coming out of the House and the split Senate, I think any of the plans that they were thinking about taking down there, because hey, we got the House, we got the Senate. No, you don't. None of those people trust you anymore. But even the more damning problem I consider is how are our allies feeling about the United States right now? We know how the enemies of America feel, and they're all strident, and they have been. I think they're kind of all full, satisfied now because of the way the country is being run right now. But what are our allies saying? What is Japan saying? What's Taiwan saying?
Well, it's everybody's very anxious and nervous, and reality is you can't blame them. They said we're going to need to hedge our bets because we don't know if you're going to be there for us. We just saw what happened in Afghanistan and how quickly you left them alone. And an example of that was Vietnam just this past 3 days. The Vice President of the United States was on her way to Vietnam. To do this big announcement that the United States was giving them 1 million vaccine shots for Vietnam. 24 hours before that, there was a huge media event in Vietnam with the government of China, where the government of China just gave 2 million vaccines to Vietnam, and Vietnam thanked them and awarded them. So when the vice president showed up, it was almost like, oh, great! Now we got three. It's and her reception, and the I think she went to the Asiana meeting right now was underwhelming, as reports have come up. There was not a lot of excitement and love that she was expecting to be receiving. So it's a rude wake up call. They're all extremely disappointed. When you come, the Philippine government.
She wasn't tapped to be the vice president because of any expertise she's got in foreign policy and diplomacy.
Yeah, but we had a Secretary of State that committed, I think, political suicide in his last 3 statements regarding what's going on in Afghanistan. His credibility is gone.
Right.
And how effective he's going to be able to continue to be for the next 3 years.
The country will founder. It will founder for 3 years, maybe 2 if another year. If we're lucky, it'll be another year of foundering until we get some leadership in the House and the Senate. I think that's an easy prediction to make, and then we start counting up an opportunity for a strong Republican leader to emerge to take the nod and win back the White House.
Right, and I think that's the way it's going to go. I think first we're going to take the House and the Senate. Let's see what leaders come out of those groups. What I can tell you is I've already been in multiple meetings with a minority leader in the House to see what are the concerns of Guam, how they can be able to help as we move forward and hopefully retake the House and bring that control back on. We're working. We've met a couple of times also with Congressman St. Nicholas to see how we can try to work together as the expectation of that happening moves forward, and assist him now while the Democrats are in the majority to at least make sure that Guam is taken care of on present issues.
Well, the quid pro quo should work out for a while, but personally, I'm hoping that Mike St. Nicholas, as we move forward, we can identify a strong Republican to replace Mike St. Nicholas in Washington D.C. so that Mike can come back out and run and beat Lulian Guerrero and take on Adelup. I don't know, again, feelings being what they are. I don't know that there's a lot of Republicans out here that have got the political capital to get it done, but it would be far easier for Mike Nicholas to come out. I know he's got support among many in the Democratic Party. I know he's also got some solid support in the Republican Party as well. I think it's the Republicans that sent him to D.C. Personally, that's me. So I think it would be an easy bet to maintain that allegiance, if you will, between the Republicans and a future Democrat governor that can speak to both sides of the aisle.
Yeah. Well, talking about going back to D.C., you
Yeah.
mentioned that. I do want to...
that would be great. You go to D.C., you go to Washington, and we'll send Mike back out here and let him be the governor. What do you say?
Hey, you never know. You never know. I always say people would need to announce their campaigns at their own time.
Well, 365 days until the primary election by my count.
Yeah. But speaking about going to D.C., I think we wanted to give a warm half a day to Vice President Harris as she spent the morning here in Guam on her way back.
I bet they didn't even wake her up.
I don't know, but my hope would be that hopefully there was an opportunity to express Guam's needs and necessities, and particularly as we're going through this uptick on the COVID cases here.
Well,
in Guam.
why would you say something like that if you didn't have any inside intelligence? Was a phone call made? Did anybody whisk our governor up to Anderson Air Force Base to spend some pillow time with Kamala?
No, the only intel I got is media. Across the entire United States said that she was here when they were doing a video conference call on Afghanistan, on the bombing in Afghanistan.
Interesting.
So that's the first we heard that the vice president was in town. So our hope is that she did take an opportunity to meet with the first female governor of Guam and the first female vice president of the United States and address our issues that we're facing here in this island.
They're both Democrats too, right?
Yeah. And like particularly, there's a hotel and restaurant relief fund that was created, right, under this administration. Every state got around 48% of all the money they requested under that program allotted to the states. Restaurants in Guam got 14% was allotted to the restaurants in Guam. And that's wrong.
How do we miss that on that parity?
Yeah, it was on a first come first served basis. I can understand all you want to do, but I know all the companies in Guam were awake at 2 in the morning, which is the time that they thought was appropriate. Noon East Coast time, even though we send repeated emails that it should be at 5 p.m. in the afternoon East Coast time. But our hope is that there'll be parity in the process as they look at re-upping more money into those accounts.
Well, we sure could use it, as I pointed out numerous times in this program and in programs in the preceding days. We've got a governor now that I believe has completely destabilized any confidence in a resurging economy here on Guam with these executive orders. Anybody that was thinking about making additional hires, investing in their businesses, and saying, okay, we're just about out of this thing. The governor's restrictions on unvaccinated people, and now the conversation about potential restrictions on everybody. If I was holding on to some checks for my vendors, I'd say, you know what? Let's wait and see what happens. Call me on this next month, and let's see what happens. I know I've had to say that to potential employees here at the radio station, and they need to go and figure out what they're going to be doing for food because the PUA money runs out. The program is going to be doing their last pay period on the 4th of September. Yeah. And we've got an increase in the minimum wage. So any businesses that might have been thinking, yeah, I can add 3 or 4 guys might be going, I can add a guy, with the increase in the opening numbers.
Yeah. So we need to take it into perspective. Fauci said fall of next year is when he thinks maybe normalcy in the main and United States.
Okay.
And
well,
we
if Fauci is saying that, then what is the White House and Congress doing to make sure that people aren't now oppressed? Because all of these programs, as I point out, are running out.
Right. What they're doing the $1.5 trillion infrastructure package, and then they're doing the $3.5 trillion human infrastructure package. But that second package,
I understand that that's
destabilized.
Well, my sense, and I thought I read it somewhere, was that somebody's taken their name off of it now, and the White House is no longer assured that either one of them are coming.
Nancy Pelosi doubled down that she will not consider the $1.5 trillion infrastructure package before the $3.5 trillion package passes. That package has all the environmental green plan road work. It has a lot of immigration reform issues in it that even Democrats are questioning. Why are we focusing in this? We need to try to focus in rebuilding and helping the human infrastructure that exists in the United States right now. So yes, I don't know if they're going to have the votes on it. I hope that at least the 1.5 trillion is there. But my biggest concern is the New York Times used to publish the printing rate of the dollar of the United States, which is how much money is printed each day in the U.S. and so that you could evaluate whether there might be inflation coming in the future. They've stopped doing that. They stopped doing that because the number is so large that it was impacting the community. But it is a measure to be looked at. It is a big gamble by this administration. They basically have delinked the amount of dollars that are available in the market versus any inflation, potential inflation in the U.S. And I think Guam's a microcosm, and we're already seeing the impact on that. If you saw Matson just raised on a 4,000 container, you're paying now $1,500 in ocean freight surcharge.
That's a surcharge. That's not the fuel surcharge, and that's not the fee. That's on top of everything. Yes.
APL is they have a fixed rate. It's around $870 for a 20-foot container versus $1,000 for a 40-foot container. But both of them, it's an increase.
Well, Charlie was talking about there, and they've got costs as well. The shipping guys have got costs as well, and so they're going out to different ports and saying, okay, we're pulling in here, and the guy says, oh yeah, I'll tell you what, we're busy right now, so you have to pay a congestion surcharge now, and that's not something that they're going to just absorb. That's going to get passed along to us, which in my mind is one of the reasons why you go to Cost You Less today, and you will be able to find a package of short ribs that will cost almost $40 for 3.5 pounds of short ribs.
Which I would love to see coming from one of his announcements from the governor, that at least for food and medicine, that the government is somehow absorbing this surcharge.
BPT. Eliminate the BPT on groceries and drugs. That we could do that today.
Because and I completely agree. You know, it's concerning to see the price increase this fast. They're going to try to offset it by creating this increase in minimum wage. It's not going to work. Anybody that owns a business knows that your expenditures in running the business grows, so does the prices of the goods that you have to produce or the goods that you perform.
Unfortunately, many businesses don't have that kind of price elasticity, and unfortunately, that's why virtually every good and product that was bought from Amazon and where is it in Walmart and other online outlets in the States last year.
Yeah.
We've got serious problems. We got to take a break here. I got to get some commercials online for the advertisers so that they can continue to have people walking into their businesses. Real Joe, go ahead and hit me up with this, and then we'll kill the next 5 minutes or so with Juan Carlos Benitez on the Ray Gibson Show.
Pastrami is back at Subway. Pepper-crusted beef layered with crispy pickles, mustard, and melted provolone cheese. Nothing comes close to the pleasure of sinking your teeth into that chewy, juicy, well-seasoned pastrami. It's happiness in a sub. Head down to the nearest Subway restaurant and satisfy your craving for the deli perfection that is pastrami. Subway. Eat fresh. Pastrami sub is available to all Subway locations on Guam and Saipan, including NCS for a limited time only.
Bargain Tactical, Guam's largest firearms dealer and sports shooting store, offering the best selection on island. You'll find everything you need for your next trip to the range. Ammo, target, stands, hearing and eye protection. A full-time armorer is ready to help with repairs, maintenance, and builds. Plus, you'll find a large selection of home defense accessories, including tasers, stun guns, pepper spray, batons, and home security devices. Pellet, BB, and airsoft guns in stock now for pest control and training. Tactical Gear Guam, Route 16, Army Drive, and Harmon. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Bargain Tactical 671 or online, BargainTacticalGuam.com. Bargain Tactical. You defend, we support. 888-8255. Let me keep that number handy. Just a little bit of a fun conversation that we're having with Juan Carlos Benitez, chair of the Republican Party here on Guam. I suppose we could spend some time talking about the potential for some getting some new names out here. Obviously, there's a lot of people disappointed with the actions of the Cinco de Psycho, which includes a member of the Republican Party, and we're still unsure why it is that Mary Torres did not side with her Republican colleagues and help carry the idea that the legislature is a second and independent branch of the government. But having said that, it looks like there are still some issues among them. But in my mind, we need to eject some of the rascals and put some new rascals in. What's the Republican Party doing by way of helping out some new names? You have Vince Boras and your Sandra Regises, et cetera.
So we're very actively recruiting and continue to recruit candidates. In fact, most of my 10 a.m.s in the mornings is dedicated to meeting with new potential candidates. With this latest week being like a surge, as a surge on COVID cases, I have had a surge of individuals that are now interested in talking to the party about running. Let me tell you, I heard the argument that were presented for not passing Bill 11. I disagree with them, but some of those arguments are self-defeating. This group of senators were elected under emergency powers, and if Fauci is correct, they're probably going to run for re-election
under emergency powers.
So for 2 years, they would have never exercised the office that they were elected to do. Meanwhile, we're so much of an emergency that the governor cannot go into the legislature to meet with them just to explain why the emergency should be continued. But she does have time, as I just heard, to go to see a concert. And here's my thing, is the individual just talked before you and I started talking. What's his name?
That guy?
Yeah.
Which guy? Oh, Eugene. Eugene Barbadillo.
Eugene said
Conservatory.
The governor and the lieutenant governor said that they're going to be attending to this event. Here's a sir. Why don't the 15 senators go to the event and maybe they can hold a hearing and discuss emergency powers and why there is enough time on the governor's schedule to do that type of meeting with the legislature. It doesn't impact her authority to stay under emergency, because then even if you pass Bill 11, it's every number of days you got to come in and recheck. That's all you got to do.
But the important thing here, and this is something that we've got to drive home in this conversation, and virtually every conversation, the governor may today come up with additional restrictions, or she might eliminate the existing restrictions. We don't know, and that's the problem. We don't know where today's guidance came from, who provided that guidance, when they provided it, what data they used to reach the conclusions that they had, and what was the nature of the debate that should have taken place. If I've got one guy coming in saying that we're in a surge and everybody's going to die unless we do this, I would hope that there was another guy that's saying, well, that's not the way the data presents itself to me, and I think we ought to do other. I would like to see that conversation. I'd like to see that debate the same way that we watch the debates over in the floor of the legislature.
Yes, I completely
But we
agree.
don't. We don't.
I'll even go one more on you. The governor is exercising under the Organic Act, and she's correct. It says that all federal funds go to the governor at the discretion of the governor.
Correct.
That Organic Act was established when the Secretary of the Navy appointed the governor of Guam. And what they wanted to do is make sure that the military still had full control of the federal funds that arrived to this island. I think that section of the Organic Act is unconstitutional with the separation of powers of the United States today. But at the very least, it would be good to hear a discussion of our legislature whether they should be recommending to Congress to amend that.
And it's not that difficult. It's been done in past.
Yes, and the last time we amended the Organic Act was to create the Court of Appeals here in Guam, right? So it has been done. It is something that can be done, and I cannot believe that Congress today, with the view of our democracy that it is and the separation of powers wouldn't agree that to provide that much discretion to the governor, it's not in accordance with our system of law.
I'd like to see it. Just because it gives me something else to talk about in talk radio. And it's always a great debate, being able to frame the conversation to take to Washington, D.C., and who gets to take it there for us. 10 o'clock in the morning, we got Fox News Live coming up in a second. Actually, some of it has already started. Hopefully, there'll be other conversations about what's taking place. I'm with Juan Carlos. Prayers for the family of our fallen Marines and the Navy corpsman that was out there, and other victims from there. And one last thing that I got from a buddy of mine, and this is where it becomes kind of, you got to be kidding me, but it is true. I'm on a UOG Zoom meeting now. Professors want an updated student vaccine list so that they can bar unvaccinated students from face-to-face classes. The most recent list has over 500 students who are not vaccinated at the University of Guam, and now their professors want them banned from the classes because of their unvaccinated status. This is happening on Guam in the United States of America. Ponder that for the weekend. Juan Carlos, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure to have you. Just after 10 o'clock in the morning, we're KUSG Agania. The old rule applies. If you see me out of doors over the next couple of days after midnight, send me home. If you're hot, take me home. Here's news.
Immigrant visa holders, U.S. Embassy staff, and Afghans at risk.
Though he warned he expects these types of attacks to continue. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says the U.S. has made progress in getting at-risk Afghans out, but she says
it is not going to be possible for every single Afghan, millions potentially, who want to leave Afghanistan to be evacuated.
And she repeated the words of the president that there is no end date on evacuating Americans, even if it's after the military withdrawal. On Wall Street, the Dow lost 192 points, the Nasdaq off 96, the S&P minus 26. America is listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network. Stay on top of the latest news and information from Fox News. Listen and download the Fox News Hourly Update on your time. The trending stories you need anytime you want it. Listen and download now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
What are the most important issues facing Americans today? Every Monday, join me, Brett Baer, chief political anchor and executive editor of Special Report, and my rotating all-star panel of experts as we discuss the policies, practices, and solutions to the biggest and most important issues of the day. You can hear new episodes every Monday. Subscribe now at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts.
The Fox News Rundown is a weekday morning podcast.